Call to order North Smithfield Town Council meeting, October 16, 2023. Madam Clerk, can you start us with a prayer and the pledge, please?
Thank you for bringing us together today in a spirit of generosity. May we honor one another by keeping an open mind. May we voice our truth and listen with an open heart. May we discern your will to unite in fruitful outcome. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Roll call, please.
Mr. Beauregard?
Here.
Ms. Hamilton?
Here.
Mrs. O'Hara?
Here.
Mr. Ogier?
Here.
Ms. Alves?
Here. Open forum for non-agenda items only pursuant to 4246-6, maximum of 15 minutes. Is there anyone else who wanted to speak that has not signed up tonight? So we will be holding to the 15 minutes, so there's 4 people that asked to speak. The first one is Gerard Champagne.
And Mr. Champagne, just to let you know, I have my little timer, and it may make a noise. It tells you when the time is up, okay? So the next person can speak. But I didn't want you to think. So it'll be, you'll have a little over 3 minutes each.
Name and
sorry?
address.
Everyone will have a little over 3 minutes each. Thank you.
I'll try to make this quick for you. I do want to start in a certain way, though. That's my wife over there. She's supposed to be standing by my side right now, but she's hiding out.
Mr. Champagne.
Okay, so,
Mr. Champagne.
all right, my name's Gerard Champagne, and so you'll know I'm 7 years old. That's my wife, Wendy. I'm a commercial, industrial, and refrigeration technician, or at least I was. Some of the accounts I had in my business you may know of is the ice rink on Route 146, 8,000 pounds of Freon, 2 100-ton compressors. Cello's restaurants were my account, Little General, Mike's in North Smithfield here. I had chains of supermarkets. I published a book. I was on WNRI. I preached the gospel for 46 years. My wife, Wendy, was a nurse and a cover girl. How about that one, huh? Okay, so I'm going to start off here by reading you something. You know, sometimes God puts things into your lap. This is one of those times. So I'm going to read you a little parable here. It's called The Pit. This is my point, part of it. There was a man who was walking on a path, and tripping on a rock, he fell into a deep pit. He tried over and over to get out of the pit, but he couldn't. As he was in the pit, praying for help, a businessman came by. Seeing the businessman, he yelled up and asked him for help. "Do you have any money?" the businessman asked. "I don't," the man replied. "Then I can't help you," the businessman said. "But I will tell the authorities that you're here," and the businessman went on his way. The next day, a social worker came by. She asked if he fell into the pit because he did drugs, was a drunkard, or had mental problems. The man said no, and the woman told him he didn't fit into any of her programs, so she couldn't help him. She left him a housing list, told him not to live in a pit, and went on her way. The tax collector came by, gave him a tax bill on the pit. The building inspector came by, said he needed to put walls in his pit. The safety inspector came and told him to put a fence around his pit so no one could fall in. Let me see, I lose my place here. The fire inspector came and told him he needed a smoke detector in his pit. A cop came by and fined the man for living in an unregistered pit. The Board of Health came and condemned the pit because there was no running water, no toilet, and there were bugs. The town council held an emergency meeting to decide if the man should be allowed to live in his pit. The insurance man tried to sell him insurance on his pit. A psychiatrist came by and told him that the pit was just in his mind. A timid man walked by and told him what a nice pit he had. A decorator stopped and told the man to paint his pit hot pink. The man's wife came by and screamed, "I'm not living in that pit." A religious person came by of the man's same faith. He said he would pray for him and told him to turn away from his sins, then went on his way. Finally, the man was near death, sad, sick, and alone. He lay in the pit and prepared to die. Now a Hindu man who was an innkeeper, and not of the man's skin color, religious faith, or beliefs, was traveling by. Seeing the man lying in the bottom of the pit and near death, his heart was filled with compassion. So he lowered a ladder down into the pit, put the man on his shoulders, and carried him out. He brought him to his inn, put him in a room, and cared for him until the man was better and could go on his way. Now, of all these people, who showed God's love and mercy to the pit man? I'm here today to speak about the Hilltop Inn and what's been said by Miss Maynard. I'm 70 years old. My wife and I have lived there for 4 years. We fed everybody there, including Jen, who died. I'm going to tell you about VJ. At the end of this story here, it was my wife and I who were going outside in February to die. We had used all of our money to pay for the room. We have no family, we have no friends. It's just us. I went to the Hilltop in the office and I gave him his key back. And I said to VJ, here's your key. He said, good luck. I said, good luck. We have no family, no friends. We're going out in the snow to die. He said, hold on. He turned around, he went in the office, came back. He says, I talked to my wife. My wife and I agree that you're an old couple and maybe we can trust you. So you can stay. Pay us next month. Who does that? No one. But that's VJ's heart. Something that's not being said here. People would come in and stay a night or two. I've seen this out of him so often. People come in and stay a night or two, and the next day or the second day they say, well, we got money coming in the morning, We got money coming in the morning. The morning comes, and money don't come, the night comes, and, well, it didn't come, it'll be here tomorrow for sure. And VJ says, okay, you can stay. Time and time and time again, this man does this. I don't know of any motel that does this. People who are here for a couple of weeks will go to VJ and they'll ask him for a loan, $20, $30, and he gives it to them. Many times, most of the time, they don't pay him back. At Christmas, VJ gives $101 to whoever's working for him. Why $1 extra? Because it's part of the Hindu thinking. You give the man an extra $1 so that money will always come his way. VJ at Christmas time went around a basket of gifts and went to every room, knocking on every door, passing out gifts to all the people. This is the man who is being said, preys on the weakest and most vulnerable in North Smithfield and surrounding communities. He's got faults. Yeah, he's got a lot of faults. VJ's going to be 90 in 2 weeks. I thank God for Mr. Slinky. We'd be dead except for him.
Mr. Champagne.
Except for that man, and I'm not lying. We'd have been out in the cold dead.
Mr. Champagne,
I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
We're past the time. We have to, can you please
Okay.
just finish up?
All right. Well, I've pretty much given you the ideas. I just want to say in closing, though, this article from the Valley Breeze is what triggered me off. If you close that motel, my wife and I are homeless. And after being here a couple weeks ago, I don't think you're going to do that. But I had to come just to stick up for VJ. I'll leave this stuff with you people because there's more I wanted to tell you. The police were here in the beginning when we came. We cleaned it up. After 2 months, we had peace and quiet. CCA put their people in, and this place went to be a nightmare again. Jen, that Mrs. Main is talking about, I talked to her sister. I'll wrap this up real quick. Jen, Mrs. Main is her sister I talked to. Jen, Mrs. Main, she looks just like Jen. Exact same thing, exactly. Jen and her friend Jen, seems like by the article they were innocent. It's not the truth. Jen and her friend Jen were two of the first ones to come here, and I hate to say this, I really do. Jen was a prostitute. Jen was a
Mr.
crack
Champagne,
addict.
we don't
And I'm
need
sorry,
to
but
hear that. I'm sorry.
where the
Can we
where the
finish up,
Hilltop Inn
please?
has been said all these cruel things about,
Can we stop, please? We don't need to
I
go.
apologize.
Thank you.
Okay, but my main point is, don't let this fool you into thinking what's going on, because it isn't right. VJ helps everybody. He's got a good heart, and everything that's been said in this article is wrong. I'll leave the rest of my notes here. I gave some signatures to the town clerk already. The pit, if you'd like a copy, I gave it to this man here. I keep hitting your mic. I'm so sorry.
Okay.
Old man.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, my friends, I'll give this to them over there. You can take a look at it. And there's some other documents I gave to them. I gave to your town clerk. There's 21 stories, about 18 stories, 21 stories and 18. You read it. And you'll find out everything that's happened at the Hilltop Inn, because for 3 years, I kept a log. Okay?
Thank you.
Thank
God
you.
bless, my friends.
Who's next?
Can you read that?
Francis Zegmont.
Okay, thank you. Can you just state your name and your address, please?
Francis Zigmont, 115 Elizabeth Ave, North Smithfield, Rhode Island. My first appearance before this council was on September 19th. I was requesting some relief from an interest charge that I incurred when I attempted to make my first quarter payment. I was told that more information would have to be obtained and that somebody would be getting back to me shortly. To this day, no one has reached back to me. I did send one of you an email through the town portal. I did not receive a response back. Maybe I should have sent all 5 of you the email, but I thought that it would have been shared and discussed. But again, to this date, I have not heard word back. I will present this evening a brief synopsis of the last meeting and what transpired after that. On August 10th, 2023, this council amended and adopted the extension of the due date for 2023 first quarter tax payment to September 1st, 2023, meaning it would be acceptable to make this payment and there would be no consequences, no penalty, no interest. Well, when I attempted to make the payment on September 1st, I was told it was late. You're being charged 2 months of interest. August 15th to September 1st is 16 days. For the charge of being 2 months, that would mean each month consisted of 8 days. I don't know what kind of math was used to derive at that. I haven't seen an 8-day month yet. Have any of you? I think not. You may not have been aware of, I know the 2 girls in the tax collector's office were unaware and seemed quite puzzled when I presented them the fact that sewer bills are considered tax bills. I don't know if any of you are aware, but it is documented right on the back of the bill in capital print that they are tax bills. That being said, I can't see why I was charged that interest. If it's a tax bill, tax bills have been extended, payment was made on September 1st, how can you justify charging? I don't understand. So anyways, I went back to pay the interest charge, and I was told that there was an error made. It wasn't going to be $99.21 that I had a check prepared to pay. It was $49.60. I was asked if I had another check. I voided that one and wrote another one for the amount of $49.60. 6 days later, on October 5th, I receive a bill stating that there's a balance due on my account for $49.61, which is the balance of what was the reduction. I ask that you return the money to me and all the other taxpayers that were charged this, in my opinion, an interest fee that should never have taken place in the first place. Plus interest. If you charge me interest, I should be able to charge you interest when you're wrong, in my opinion. That's all I have to say. I think I'm well under the 15 minutes. I would appreciate your comment, your vote, and consideration. That's all I have to say. If you would like to see the actual bill, I got 4 of them. One of you will have to share.
St. Ash, can you look into this and get back to?
Yeah, we can look into it a little bit more. It was my understanding that the assessor and some of the tax collectors have already spoken with him, but I'll reconvene with them and get more details and go from there.
Thank you.
Yep.
You're gonna need this though, aren't you, the stuff? Yeah, aren't you gonna need this back?
Are you going to need these back? Are you going to need these?
Yeah.
See
Yeah.
the green one?
Okay. Thank you. Marcel St. Germain?
If you turn it to the back side, in capital print, what does it say? That's undisputable. It's documented. It was mailed. It's unaltered.
Oh, that it's a tax bill. Oh, I see. Okay, thank you.
All right, Mr. St. Ange will reconvene and
Can't hear.
Mr. St. Ange, the finance director, will reconvene with the tax assessors, and he can get back to you with this. Because we can't do anything, it's under open forum, we can't do any vote, we can't do anything for it. It would have to be actually on the agenda. So let Mr. St. Ange get back to you, and then we can go from there.
This was the second time I asked to be on the agenda and was told, just come in and sign in. Seems they don't want to put you on the agenda. They want you to just explain whatever you want to explain.
Yeah, so,
Would you like the tax assessor to talk about this? She's here if you want.
it's not on the agenda,
Okay.
we can't.
Just making
So
sure.
it has to go on the agenda, so
That's fine.
if you could
Yeah.
connect with.
I just want to make sure. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah.
All right. So Mr. St. Ange will reach out to you, okay? Thank you.
There's another one there.
Marcel St. Germain? Yep. So you have, how many? 3.3 minutes? 3.5 minutes?
Time flies. isn't it?
Good evening, Councilman,
Good evening.
Council ladies. My name is Marcel St. Germain. I live up here on 42 Old Great Road, just straight across the road. Have to excuse me, I tossed and turned this morning, and this is only the first draft, and I never did edit it, so you'll have to excuse me if I stumble. I'm against the $18 million police station. My daughter works at Mount Pleasant High School. I believe they're going to refurbish that wonderful old building, like I believe Bishop Henderson was redone. And it is a very wonderful building. Pretty much unlike I realized Hollowell School across the street from where I live. It is, just realized recently it's 60-some years old. And it wasn't built by the standards that Mount Pleasant is built off of that out of the Bishop School. The much higher, more sturdy structures. I believe, like Mount Pleasant, it should be rebuilt. The point is, I try to live on Social Security, which is a little over $1,000 a month. That's per month. With taxes at $300 a month, I try to live on $700 a month. So you'll see us at the Congregationalist Church tomorrow night. the food pantry. And once my Social Security check gets deposited tomorrow, I'll be over here paying my taxes a week late. I don't know what the interest would be on a week. That's 7 days and not 8. Anyway, I'll be paying interest on being a week late. So an increase in my taxes, you'll basically make you have to sell the house. I'm at that limit. I'll sell it to a family with a bunch of young children, maybe even give them a $10,000 a child break to move in. I mean, I already did pay for a couple of nice schools here. That's why my daughter might want to move in with her. She's only got 2 young ones. I want to get someone. It's a 3-bedroom, maybe 4 children. Anyway, that's the point I wanted to make. Thank you.
Thank you. Jeff Porter?
Jeff Porter, 6 Country Way. I just wanted to address the intersection over here at Green Street and Ridge Road. I understand that Rhode Island Energy has recently, within, I don't know, Ray, the past couple months, has repaved the portion of Green Street here that includes in front of the building here. My biggest concern is that there are no stop lines or crosswalks painted at the intersection of Ridge Road and Green Street. There is a bus stop there that has about a dozen kids. I've noticed multiple mornings and afternoons people either just blatantly ignoring the stop sign, rolling through the stop sign. So it's just a matter of time till something happens. So whether it's the responsibility of Rhode Island Energy or the responsibility of the town, I'd like to see that done expeditiously because I don't want to see any accidents occurring in that area. And additionally, if we need to install some flashing stop signs at that intersection so people are paying attention, it grabs their attention that, you know, they do need to stop, I would certainly appreciate that as well as the other parents that are at that bus stop. Thank you.
Mr. Solicitor, is it still considered executive session in open, the first one?
It's open session.
Just open?
Yeah, that was a typo.
Okay.
I think you should have a corrected.
Yeah, here's the
number that's
correct
open session.
Oh, okay, thanks. So next agenda item is discussion by council vote or other action on petition filed by Anthony DelVicario, Bel Air Realty LLC, and Marcia Gold to absolve, release, dismiss, and withdraw the conservation easement recorded in the property book 144 at page 508 on property identified as tax assessor's Plat 10, lot 218.
Madam Chair, members of the board, good evening. John Mancini, I represent the applicant and also the property owner in respect to the petition that's before you. Just give you a little bit of a background. I think the board may recall we were here probably around 6 to 7 months ago describing to the board the proposal which Mr. DelVicario has put forth to the town with regards to a project that he has submitted a few years back before the planning board. The purpose of the project was to construct 9 to 9.5 megawatt solar project. That project was significantly and thoroughly vetted by the planning board. It did receive master plan approval from the planning board with several conditions part of that project. It then proceeded to the zoning board, and the zoning board also, after extensive hearings and reviews, looked at the proposal, unfortunately denied the proposal, and it had several different components to it. We then took that denial from the zoning board and filed an action in Superior Court appealing that decision. And essentially, that is where the zoning board decision lies. It currently is in Superior Court, awaiting for briefing and then ultimately determination. In the meantime, Mr. Gold, who has been a significant proponent of this property his entire life, had passed away, leaving the property to his wife. And during that process, his wife has shown the need or the significant interest in selling this property. And so my client, who is also a home builder, went forth and put together a comprehensive permit and has submitted a comprehensive permit with the town for a pre-application hearing. And it has spent significant amount of time, energy, and resources in compiling this comprehensive permit. However, prior to effectuating the comprehensive permit, came back to the town and really feel strongly about what was originally proposed to the town as by way of the solar development. And the solar development proposal sought to keep this property in a natural state in a significant way. And one of the most important components of what Mr. DelVicario, the applicant, and the Gold family wanted to do with this property is to donate it to the town. And so the proposal that we have fostered through the planning board with the zoning board, and one of the reasons why we're here tonight, is that the goal of the property owner and the applicant is to convey to the town the entire parcel. So again, the proposal would be to convey the entire parcel. The area that is shaded in kind of a pink, orange, reddish color is the area which would be subject to conservation. The area which is shaded in the purple is the area of the existing solar structure and solar facility that received master plan approval. This property, for whatever reason, and in an interesting manner, has on it a conservation easement. The conservation easement is the area which is depicted in the yellow triangle. That conservation easement, as documented based on our petition, essentially preserves that property, just that area which is located within the triangle, and does not allow any type of activity on it at all. It's an interesting conservation easement because it doesn't allow for recreation, it doesn't allow for trespass, it doesn't allow for trails, it doesn't allow for anything. And so, as it stands now, that area would maintain kind of an existing, that no one can use it, no one can benefit from it, no one can utilize it in any way. What the petition asks tonight is to modify the existing agreement and essentially make the conservation area the entire orange area until such time as the solar developed parcel exists or ceases. The goal, as I indicated, is that the developer would give the property to the town of North Smithfield at the onset and lease back the purple area for a period of 25 years with one 5-year option for 30 years. At the expiration of 30 years, the property would be subject to a decommissioning bond. That decommissioning bond would ensure that the property is restored to not its natural state, but restored in such a manner as that can commence the construction of or reconfiguration and reconstruction of the forest areas. In addition to it, the applicant has also proposed to maintain, create trails throughout the parcel. There are some existing trails now, and the applicant's proposal is to reconnect those trails so that they would go onto the area where the orange is, which is essentially would be conservation area or area owned by the town. But really, the easement goes away, the conservation easement goes away in any event because the town would now be the owner of the entire parcel. What we're really asking for is for the town to really, if I may, remove this area here, which would allow for construction here, but give this whole area here for future development, for town development or for town conservation, which is not going to be subject to development. And I want to show you the master plan approval so you can see what was actually approved by the planning board. Thank you. That's much easier. If I may approach through the council president, just I want to give you that, which is essentially the initial plan. This is the plan that was approved for master plan, and you see this area here is part of the current Bel Air pond. All this area is the area that would be initially preserved and given to the town for its use. This area would come back to the developer for the lease. It also shows where the trails throughout the property would be. We've also designated the wetlands. There are significant wetlands on this property. However, the upland area is also significant and would be what the town would get. And there's also, access to the upland. So it's not like you're getting area that is significantly unusable. It's not. It's, for example, this is pristine area right here. That's all access. And then there's access to this area here, which abuts Tarkland Pond. The trails would also be in such a manner to allow everybody to be able to circle around the property. This is the applicant's proposal for housing development. I want to share both with you.
Well, you hand that out. Can I ask a question?
Sure.
So on top of getting the conservation, all the land, would the town still be getting X amount of money per megawatt?
Yes.
Is it 5,000?
Yeah. So I'm not good with I didn't become an engineer because I wasn't good with the tripods. But so that's a very good question, Councilman. So although this land would go back to the town, so there'd be no taxes because it'd be town property. However, the applicant would still be paying taxes with respect to the megawatt. So right now, by state law, it's $5,000 per megawatt, which is the maximum and minimum, and that would be paid by the applicant on an annual basis going forward. So, and also by state statute, there's a new statute that's in play that does not allow the town to increase the value of property once a solar farm is put in place. But in this instance, it would not affect what the applicant's doing in reference to paying the $5,000 per megawatt. So the town would get the property and it would get the tax revenue from the solar farm.
How many megawatts is it?
This is going to be a 9.5 megawatt facility. So it's not a small project, but it's not a large project. It's one that fits the area. So it's been designed so as to fit the area appropriately without really deforesting a great deal. It's a small section of what's already been deforested out there. And it's going to be in a manner where it works with the contours of the property. One of the restrictions that the planning board placed on the project was that there be no blasting, or to minimize blasting as much as possible, to which we agreed because, again, we wanted to take advantage of the different slopes that are already existing. If once you walk the property, you start to see that it goes up and then it starts going down, which creates its own natural buffering. And this is the housing project. And again, I'm only showing this just so that you get a sense of the potential for development on this site. It's unreasonable to consider or to think that this property would never be built. Something is going to be built. The Gold family want to utilize this. They can't afford for it to remain in a dormant state. And this is a reasonable development plan which shows the way the layout can work. And these units here would be, they're near the water. These units are in pristine. You can see the overlay where the area's already been deforested. And the triangle wouldn't be touched. So we would maintain this area. However, to us, this area becomes no man's land because no one can utilize it for any particular purpose or any particular way. So what we're asking of the council is to essentially consider the benefits of what we're proposing, to take into account the fact that this is an opportunity for the town to obtain this property in its entirety, get an immediate boost with conservation in exchange for releasing this agreement here, and allowing us to utilize a portion of the property for a 30-year period to provide a solar farm. We're still be required to go through the process. The process remains a preliminary plan approval, final plan approval, and DEM approval. We believe that this property, as it has already been vented by the planning board, and it will be further vented by the planning board and RIDEM through preliminary and final plan, will be developed in a manner that will complement what is there. And what I mean by that, it's not going to be disruptive of it. You're not going to see it. We're going to use best efforts to screen it and to buff it. We're going to ensure that the trails that exist now are continued to be connected and bettered so that you have clear access and residents can utilize it. As part of the plan and as part of what was proposed to the planning board and part of our master plan, we're also proposing parking so that residents of the town who do want to use it or however the town wants to utilize it, there is also availability for parking. And a lot of this has been memorialized in the master plan decision. From a legal perspective, and you can confirm with your counsel, but the dismantling of the easement can be done because it's being done between the current owner of the property and the town. It's a contract, and that contract can be modified between the parties, and that's essentially what we're asking, to release the existing easement, discharge it, and then we can invoke a new easement, conservation easement, to the rest of it. And all of it would be subject to. So a decision to release and discharge this easement would be subject to the applicant obtaining a final solar permit. So nothing takes place until you are assured that everything's been completed and been completed properly. So with that, I'll take any questions that you may have about what we're proposing as far as lease terms and as far as future development, as far as taxes, and as far as conveyance and the process of conveying it. But essentially, in a nutshell, what we're asking for is conditional approval to discharge, release the easement in return for the entire parcel. And once the entire parcel is received by the town, there would be an easement, a lease back to the developer for purposes of constructing a solar farm on there.
So when do the lease payments start once the solar farm is constructed? Is that how that works?
Yeah. So the process is, once the approvals have been completed by the applicant receiving final plan, and final plan is recorded, we go in and we obtain what's called a solar permit. Solar permit similar to a building permit. Once we obtain the building permit, at that point we would convey the property over to the town. The lease we would then exchange for a lease, all of which would be done part of final plan. But the lease payments wouldn't start until our operation would start. But we're not proposing any lease payments. It would be essentially nominal $1 per year. The benefit the town would receive, again, is the land, and then secondly, the tax payments. So the only thing we're asking for is to be allowed to use that property for a period of 30 years without any lease payments, which is essentially part of the purchase acquisition price. There needs to be some consideration.
I don't know what's going on with the mic, Madam President, if I may. How many housing development? How many housing lots are you looking to develop?
90.
90.
That's the stick.
Yeah.
That's the stick.
Yeah. It's
This
a
is
comprehensive
This is the
permit.
carrot.
Yeah.
That's the carrot. This is the stick.
Yeah. And that's the reality. And I hate to put it that way, but you're correct. And the reality of it is that it's viable, good land owned by a taxpayer who's owned it for many, many years, who's come to a point where something has to be done with it. And so if it's not this project, it's potentially a housing project. If it's not a housing project, it could be potentially something else. But the code does not. The code will allow something to take place there. And as long as we meet the requirements of the code, there's no basis for not being able to develop the property.
And in the housing development scenario, there's no conservation there's no open space back to the town.
No, all it is you would maintain that easement. So
Right.
So the important point for the town is that that easement is there in perpetuity. So however this property is developed, it still would be subject to the current triangle. The problem with the current triangle, and I don't know why it would be done this way, but it doesn't allow for anything to be done on there. So it really is, in the true sense, a very strict easement, conservation easement, that doesn't allow anything to take place there. So we would leave it as it is, essentially just a no man's land. But there's no prohibition about developing or constructing or building around it. And there's also no real buffering, so we would meet the buffers that would be required under the code, which would be a rear yard setback.
So, my concern is if somebody bought a house thinking that they had this land behind them and they don't, so what would you guys do to put them to at rest that they would not be looking out their back window and then just see a big solar farm back there?
So we had the opportunity. At the time that we vented this with the planning board, we met with several of the neighbors that are down here. And there's essentially 3 neighbors in this corridor right here. One of which neighbor has great unfettered access into this area. This area has essentially become his backyard, which is great. And the benefit of this is we're gonna screen it, loom it, make it so that you're not gonna see it, and with potential focus on the neighbor that's right here, which is lot 161, Assessor's Plat 10. And there's 2 other neighbors there. And there's already a condition in the master plan approval that we pay particular attention to these neighbors, which we will do. The point that I want to make here is that although this is going to be blocked off, there's still going to be a good buffer between the fencing and the property owner's access. But more importantly, this property owner now has access to the entire parcel. So his backyard will essentially become part of this whole conservation area with the ability to go around it. Now, granted, I'm going to state the obvious. These people will enjoy this area because there's nothing we can do with it. These people will enjoy this area. These people will enjoy this area. But they would be the only ones that enjoy it. And unfortunately, they really, by restrictions, can't do anything with it. So they're essentially trespassing on an easement that's for conservation purposes. But, it's all good in writing, but it's you got to enforce it. So, for all practical purposes, yeah, I agree. They have quite a backyard.
Okay.
So with the what you're going to be planting to distract from the solar, there's going to be a fence, you said, in front of it, right?
Yeah.
But then what about in the resident's backyard, that there's going to be trails there, so will there be some sort of buffer from the trails so that if people are in the trails, they're not like looking into their backyard?
Yeah, absolutely. So the fence alone isn't going to be enough. I mean, we're going to have fencing around this area anyhow. The entire area is going to be fenced, and it's fenced for security purposes. The fencing really doesn't add or isn't utilized for screening and buffering. What's utilized for screening and buffering is our landscape architect's ability to assimilate these yards in this area so that it looks very much to what it does now. And I'm not a landscape architect, but the landscape architect in the projects that I've seen in the past that have done in North Smithfield and in other areas, but most importantly this one, does incorporate a berm that creates a little height. It does create some low-lying shrubs. It does create some high shrubs so that you can, from different vantage points, you don't see it. And that's also for the trails. So some of these trails that you see going up here, they also will be screened so when you're on the trail, you don't see into the solar farm. It's not going to be 100%, but there is also a stipulation in the master plan that talks about ensuring that in areas where there are gaps that the developer has to come back to secure those gaps.
What is the time frame for building?
So we have master plan approval. We have our plans prepared for preliminary plan. they need to be submitted to DEM. They would go into DEM very quickly, and then it's a question of when DEM can turn them around. I think DEM's turnaround time now is probably 90 days. So a little more. So figure 90 to 120, figure 120 days given the holidays. It's about a 4-month process, at which time we would be back here. So figure we would be back at planning in probably January with final plan in February. We could be ready to start in late spring.
And how long would it take?
This is 9.5 megawatt project. It's probably a, I would say a 6 to 7 month construction process. Because again, they're not building anything. All they're going to be doing is doing some clear cutting, and then these are, depending on, if they hit rock, and since we've agreed not to blast, then what we do is put these on balusters and not drill down. Otherwise, they would do directional drilling and just put the piers or stubs, whatever they call them, create the racking system, and then place the solar panels on the racking system with the electrical components being put in. Our ISA, which is the Inter-Service Connection Agreement, is preliminarily prepared and ready for approval. So while we're going through the DM process, we'll have Rhode Island Energy prepared as well.
What kind of noise are we talking about building this?
So
And what
the-
kind of hours would you?
Yeah, so once the project's up and running, there has minimal noise. Any component of this that creates noise are usually the transformers, and the transformers are such that they will comply with and meet the town's noise ordinances. I think the town's noise ordinance is either 55 decibels or 60 decibels. During the construction period, they would use normal construction hours, whatever they are by your ordinance. I think they're 6 a.m. to 5 p.m., so they would follow that process. There would be some temporary easements along here for some laydown areas. There would be temporary construction access to get in and out. And again, they would use the perimeter. They would stay within the parameters that the towns had in other construction projects. So nothing out of the ordinary.
I have just a couple of quick questions. So the total parcel acreage is
It's 125 acres.
125 acres?
Yeah.
And the portion that will be utilized for the solar farm, you said there's already some deforestation that has already
Yeah.
taken place on that
Yeah, so
property?
that's correct. So the breakdown is, there'd be about 36 acres, figure 37 acres for the usable area. So this is the usable area for solar, which is about 37 acres. 67 acres would go to the town, and there's about 30 acres which are wetland acres. The conservation easement area right now is just 10.8 acres.
Okay. So of the 37 acres for the actual project, do you know how many more acres need to be deforested than is already there? I know you're going to go, following the topography and
So, yeah.
whatnot.
Good question. So 37 acres is what we're going to use, and this is
Mhm.
the area that we're going to disturb. The rest of the property is going to be in its natural state as it is now.
Right.
So of the 37 acres, I'm not sure if all 37 need to be deforested, or if there's portions of the 37 that have already been deforested. So this gives you a better play. So you can see that part of here, the beginning aspect of it is already kind of deforested, and then you get here, which is heavy woods. So that would correspond with this. So I would say that at least probably 60% to 70% of this is going to be deforested, because you got some heavy dense woods right in this area right here, especially within the season
Where
area.
that conservation area
Yeah,
is
sure.
right now?
Because remember, that conservation easement goes in play, it was entered in 1992.
And the 5,000 per kilowatt hour would be the total, the dollar.
Megawatt.
Megawatt?
Yeah,
Megawatt,
that's right.
Sorry.
So figure 9.5 times 5,000,
Yeah.
so about 48, 40, 50, about 48,000 a year in taxes.
Thank you.
Can I
Yeah.
ask another question? Well, I may have more than one, so I apologize. Just, I want to make sure I'm reading the map right on the development. So that's one way in, one way out for these 90 units?
Yeah.
Am I reading that correct? So, I'm just trying to gauge potential impacts to the residents that also live off Matity Road and Route 7 during peak times as well, if these were to go forward as well. And there's no other way to create another, if it was to go that route, there's no other way to create another egress in and out of that housing development lot?
No, unless we go on to Route 7, either through another lot or through some other access in the back. You could relieve some traffic going out that way, but the majority of it is really in this key area, right? I mean, this is your key development area, right up here, and here, and here, and here. So the crux of it is coming in and out of that, a one-way.
Okay.
But the circulation is gonna be such that it's gonna meet your subdivision requirements, so there's gonna be enough turnarounds, cul-de-sac,
Right, yeah, I
hammerheads.
see that, yeah, I see that,
Yeah.
okay. And you'd have to clear cut more to build those lots, I'm assuming, correct? More than
You're gonna
what you
clear-
just spoke
yeah.
about?
Yeah, you're gonna absolutely clear cut more of that, because you have to do, each one of these dwellings has its own rear, front, and side setbacks, along with the necessary cutting for the roadways.
Thank you.
Is there any storage on this
No.
lot?
No,
No
so there's
storage.
no battery storage on this. No. No, there's no battery storage on it. In battery storage, so you know, this, because it's 9.5 megawatts, there's probably three transformers, 'cause, so there really wouldn't be room for battery storage, and nor there's really a need, it's not big enough.
Yeah. Does anyone have any other questions?
Just real briefly, so just to reiterate what you said at the very beginning about the trails and the access for open space for passive recreation for people in town, there will be some additional grooming of trails, and there, I imagine, will be no electricity anywhere except in the parking area, and would there be lighting for safety reasons and things of that nature?
That's really up for the town. We're not proposing any of that. I mean, once the town takes title to this, it's up to them as to how they want to do, but we're not proposing any parking spaces or any parking lighting or any lighting in here.
But there would be some going into the actual, I thought that's what you said, maybe I misunderstood, that there would be a
As far as-
parking area?
As far as, well, the parking area,
Yeah.
we proposed the area for parking.
Right, right.
Yeah,
That's
so,
what I mean,
but
I'm
we're not
sorry.
proposing to light it. I mean, that's up to the town.
Okay.
I mean, we could do that, but I don't, you know, but as far as the project itself, that there's gonna be no lighting there. And I just wanna refer our petition has the master plan approval. And the master plan approval, again, the planning board was extensive in its review and the conditions of this. And one of the things that a couple of the things that they made as part of the approval was one that, you know, landscaping buffer and fence design shall be submitted for lot 161, as I mentioned before. It's the butter on that. And then applicant shall provide long-term maintenance to both fence and buffer over the life of the project. Forest restoration plan shall be submitted in accordance to 1-to-1 tree replacement for trees in excess of 20 inches in diameter in accordance with the zoning section. So one of the things that we would do is also put in place a forest restoration plan. So once that this is decommissioned, we would go back out there and plant trees as well. And then we would also, as part of plan supporting rare and endangered species shall be submitted at preliminary, which we're preparing. A plan for habitat restoration, including a forest fringe gradation of plantings, shall be submitted. So all of the planning board's recommendations we would follow. They're part of the plan going forward. And then any additional preliminary plan recommendations would also be incorporated.
Any other questions?
Madam President, I have some questions. Mr. Mancini, on the petition to the town council, I just need some clarification exactly how many acres. On the first page, total approximate acres is 124. You flip over to page 3, it says the entire 127 acres. Also, on this petition, we talk about, is it 37 acres for completion of the project, or is it 32 acres? Because it's contradicting itself.
That's a good point. And so for completion of the project, it's 37 acres for the project. The entirety of the project changed in size. So it's 124, but we also acquired that front piece, which you see across the way. That adds several different acreage. So we would need to confirm that the entire parcel is 127, including the new area that we acquired, which is this area here. So this plus that. When we initially made the master plan presentation, we didn't have complete access and rights to that, to the piece that you see on across the street there, where Bel Air Pond is. We do have that now, and we are making that part of the proposal. And that, I think that increases your acreage to 127.
Okay.
But the overall size of the acreage is, for the use of the solar farm is 37.
So a follow-up to the parcel that you're proposing to be parking across, is that directly across from the residence?
Yeah.
Okay. Is that 2 acres, is that 2 parcels or 1?
It's 2 separate parcels.
Okay. There's a rail bed in those parcels?
Yeah.
And do those rail beds go out to Route 7? I believe they go out to Route 7. Is the Gold family still in ownership of those rail beds?
I think that those rail beds are part of an easement, so I don't think the Gold family owns them.
Okay.
I think there's the property is subject to an easement for those rail beds, so I'm not sure. I haven't looked at that title in a while, so I'm not sure if those rail beds reverted back to the Gold family or if they still are still there by easement.
So would there be a possibility of those rail beds for the use of the residents or anybody in northern Rhode Island that wishes to use them to transverse?
Yeah, and one of the stipulations the planning board placed was that we would incorporate a paved bike path at the entrance parking lot for
okay.
lot 218 into RIDM permit for the project. So we looked at that, and honestly, I haven't looked at the title, so I don't remember what the title position or ownership position is for those rail beds, but the discussion was to utilize them and to make them part of our kind of, our trail system.
So you'd mentioned 3 transformers, 9.5 megawatt. There's no substation going to be, is there going to require?
No substation, no.
3-phase wiring, where is that going to, how's that going to come out of the site?
That's going to come out of either Manatee Road or Route 7. So there's got to be there's a connection. The connection either here at Manatee Road or around Route 7. And those will be by overhead wires.
Hmm.
Yeah. And they already exist. So the wires would just continue where they are, and then they would come into the property on an overhead, and then go down.
Is there 3-phase wiring existing there now?
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, we wouldn't get an ISA if there wasn't.
Anyone else, any more questions?
I'll make a motion to open the public hearing.
We have a motion, is there a second?
Second.
Any further questions? Roll call, please.
Mr. Biragad.
Yes.
Ms. Hamilton.
Yes.
Mrs. O'Hara. Mr. Ogier.
Yes.
Ms. Alves.
Yes. Anyone have any discussion?
Paul Vadney, 31 Greenwood Street, also former town council member. It would be my suggestion that you take no action on this changing of the conservation easement. This was something that was requested of the Golds in order to purchase this property from the town at the time. So my recommendation would be not to change the conservation easement at this time, especially knowing that there's a special use permit that's necessary to put this solar field in that's in the process of being litigated. So I wouldn't take any action on this conservation easement until all of that is resolved. Just my opinion.
Anyone else?
I would agree with Mr. Vadney's statement. I would also recommend that the council look at the meeting minutes from that planning board meeting that this was presented to us. There's a few statements that were made that I think would be probably pertinent to your deliberations when you're looking at this.
Anyone else?
Which includes another planning board recommendation in regards to that easement.
Anyone else? No one else has any comment?
Madam Chair, I just want to make one last point, so we're clear. What we're asking is a conditional release. So essentially, we're asking the board to vote to conditionally release this conservation easement, subject to everything else being completed. So no action would take place until and unless the applicants received its final approvals. That would include DM, that would include additional approvals from the planning board. So any action that you take does not now immediately dislodge and dismiss that easement. It's just, again, subject to. So it would be, the approval that we're seeking would be a conditional discharge, release of the conservation easement, subject to the project being fully approved per your ordinances and per any other state agency approval necessary. So again, nothing would happen until we fulfill the obligations that we're obligated to do.
Thank you.
May I ask Mr. Mancini a question?
Mhm.
Sir, Ms. Mancini, so you couldn't go forward, then you need the conditional, otherwise that way they're not gonna.
Yeah,
You're putting
it's
the
like,
cart
it's,
before the
yeah,
horse
exactly,
otherwise, right?
exactly. Yeah, you got all my analogies, exactly. So, you know, we'd be stuck in the mud, essentially. So what we're asking for is to know that at least we have the release of the conservation easement, that we have that approval, that will dislodge the other issues, and then we can kind of go through the approval process. Without the release of the easement, obviously, it doesn't work. So you need the release of the easement, and we at least need that conditionally, so we know that we have that approval. And then we don't have to come back here for any other approvals. I mean, only the council can release that because you're the party that contracts on behalf of the town.
I have another question for Mr. Mancini, if it's okay. If in the event, just playing devil's advocate here, asking a question, if in the event that this board decided not to grant the conservation easement, what is your next steps as representing the developer? Would you wait for it to litigate and play out in the court, or would you move forward on the housing complex?
I would do both. So we're ready to file in the housing complex. We've got the letter of eligibility, applications ready to be submitted for pre-application. We would immediately do that. While we're doing that, we will also litigate the special use permit and the appeal. For the developer, both projects are acceptable projects. We prefer the solar project because there's already been a lot of money put into the solar project, and the ability to get the solar project complete within a year is a very good likelihood. The housing project is a more lucrative project, honestly, but it's a more long-term project. And you know, one of the other things, and just to speak frankly, I mean, my client has the ability to gravel this property while it's doing the subdivision process. And that may be done first before you even get to the housing. Because there's gonna be a lot of contours that need to be cut, need to be shaved, need to be brought down, need to be moved around. That's gonna create significant amount of construction for a long period of time. And the houses will most likely be done in phases. So you have 90 houses, they'll be done probably in 3 to 4 phases. You do the first phase, then you cut in, you do the second phase, you cut in, you do the third phase. So for the developer, it's a great 5-year plan, 7-year plan. But, you know, this is not, his plan is to do this, which is more conducive to what the Golds wanted to do.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
I'll make a motion to close the public hearing.
We have a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Any further discussion? Roll call, please.
Mr. Biragad.
Yes.
Ms. Hamilton.
Yes.
Mrs. O'Hara. Mr. Ogier.
Yes.
Ms. Alves.
Yes.
May I ask a question? Now, the two of you went and walked the property, right? So what were your thoughts on, and who you walked with? So what are your thoughts on,
Yeah.
on the whole conservation easement, and were you satisfied with what they said they were gonna do to mitigate anything?
Yeah, when we walked the property, I think we pretty much did the whole perimeter, I believe, right? And as we were walking, it was pointed out to us where the actual solar project would be, and depending on what side you were on it, you really couldn't see it because, as you were mentioning, because of the I don't know, the yeah, because it was, so you were either looking up and you wouldn't see it because then it would be down in a valley, or you were kind of looking down and then, you know, it was still down in the valley, but then they had said that they would be putting barriers up and to go, and that's why I was just asking about the people's backyards, because that's probably the only area that I would think would be concerning if I was in that area is now I have, you know, people have basically turned this area into their own backyard, but now there would be open trails where, you know, residents would be taking advantage of the property. So now you could be out in your backyard that really isn't part of your land, but you've kind of encroached on it, and now you have people walking through it. So I think that would probably be the biggest turnoff for these people, I would imagine, just because now their backyard is actually going to have, you know, a barrier and an end where their property ends. But and now, would there be a fence there too, as well as so that people wouldn't be walking in their yards?
Yeah, there would be. So part of the master plan condition approval was the fencing and was the landscaping. And we noted at that time, and we'll say it again, once it's built, we'll come back, and if there are issues where there's gaps, we'll fill in those gaps. And what we would also be willing to do is called a landscaping bond. Put a bond in place to ensure that the landscaping plan that we do offer is gonna be built. And if we don't do it, then you have a bond that you can pick up and you do it. Especially considering in this instance, you would own the property, but the bond actually makes the developer put his money where his mouth is. But regardless, again, the point that we're making, or that I'm making, is that we would address any gaps. So if you're walking the area and you can see it from here, or this person can see it from there, we can address it either additional fencing or additional trees, or however you need to do it. And I can add that the landscaping bond has worked really well. I mean, they did it in Hopkinton. Hopkinton had it, and we didn't need to utilize it. It was fine.
Yeah, no, I just want to echo what Madam President said, you know, when I was walking it, we were walking it, you know, it was super quiet. It was like, I think it was late May, early June. It was pretty warm, but it was really quiet. You could hear all the tree frogs. Like you could actually like, you know, you could actually like think, you know, and like, you know, there's not like no noise from Route 7. There's nothing. And as I'm walking there, I'm like, I'm listening and, you know, I'm thinking to myself, this land's going to look a lot different if 90 housing units go there. You know, as I kind of alluded to, you know, you're going to have issues with potential traffic on Matity Road, Route 7. You're going to have an increase of resources probably for the town that's going to be needed. You know, what does fire and police look like getting over there in that area? Sure, there's benefits, but, you know, you look back at the comprehensive plan and it talks about protecting and preserving, you know, the forested area over in that part of town. And, you know, it's a big decision. I mean, you know, putting a lot of housing developments in that area could change the makeup of this town, and remove a lot of the rural character that we hear so many people, including myself, as a reason as to why they moved here. And, you know, I think it is a beautiful piece of property, and I think this would be the least amount of way to disrupt that part of town. But yeah, it was a great walk. It was very informative, very helpful to see and hear the plans, both, you know, for the housing development and for the solar. And, you know, it gave us at least it gave me a true insight in terms of what the future plans are and what could or could not be there. You know, we're talking a lot about encroachment into into backyards and stuff like that. But the other thing we have to be really mindful of is, you know, there's going to be not 90 people. There's going to be more than 90 people there. So you're going to have noise pollution, light pollution. You're going to have all sounds of different decibel levels, probably over 60. So, you know, it's going to be a big change to that area. But it was a good walk. I enjoyed it. I was glad I did it. I learned a lot from it. So.
And it does comply with the comprehensive plan, right? As far as we know?
And the memo that was given to us from the planning board from when Tom Kravitz was the planner,
Consistent.
the finding of facts did comply with the comp plan. If I can find it now. Oh, no, I can't find it. Hold on. Yeah, it said, finding of fact, the proposed development is consistent with the local and state approved April 1, 2019 comp plan as follows. Because the proposal offers all land to be conveyed to the town for preservation at the conclusion of operation of the solar array, the planning board concludes the long-term view of the project to be consistent with natural resource chapter goal 1. Natural resource systems, wetlands, wildlife habitats, and groundwater aquifers will be protected. In goal 2, maintain rural character in concert with concisely located development or redevelopment of existing areas. Land use chapter goal 4, to grow the non-residential tax base in a manner that encourages local employment opportunities, to propose rail trails consistent with the recreation chapter of goal 1, yada yada. So they did at that time find it in compliance with the comp plan.
So, Mr. Solicitor, from here, we're not doing anything now until we do executive, correct?
That's correct, Madam Chair. I think tonight, well, at least right now, what's on the table is just that triangle as a conditional, whether you do that tonight or if you want to read the minutes of the planning board. I did hear that from the planning board vice chair. Those are not in your package, but that's the only question tonight. The other item is only on the agenda in executive session, so I can inform the council. That'll be at the end of the agenda, so I can inform you about the status of that litigation and, you know, any potential resolution that would come of that. That'd be another domino that would have to be acted upon at some point, but that wouldn't have to be done tonight. It's really about focusing in on this project, that project where the council wants this to go. And whether you feel comfortable doing that tonight or not, that's your choice. It doesn't have to be done tonight. I know the developer would like an answer sooner than later, but.
Well, I think, you know, based on, I know that we had two councilors walk the property. They came back very positive. I'm not going to say exactly what was said during executive session, but out here they said that it was very positive. They don't have to let, so I'm prepared to make a motion if anybody else, unless anybody else has anything to say.
I think I'd like to, just for our own edification, review the minutes. You know, we've had two people that have been very intimately involved in the process. We could do that and then reconvene at the next meeting and have a decision. If there's something that contradicts what we've, you know, what we're looking at right now, then, you know, we'll have a further discussion, and if not, then we can make a vote, and that'll be the end of it. And I think we're in agreement, most of us anyway, that in conservation of that land is more important than having 90 homes that can have a significant impact. So I think it's more of a matter of refining how we look at our position.
Let me ask you this, if we make the motion contingent on those other items and the approvals, then what would be the harm in making the motion now and then everything's contingent on everything working out?
I think I'd rather actually read it before we do something contingent, because then, like we're saying, we can actually do it the next meeting, but would anyone else want to see the minutes, or?
I'm fine with seeing the minutes, but I do know in the master plan approval, they did vote 3-2 to submit in favor to the zoning board for the special use permit. So if I was to see the minutes, it would be to know why they voted then 4-1, asking the council not to support.
Right.
It seems contradictory to
Right, it
itself
did
to me
seem
when
a
I read
little-
it.
Right.
But I wouldn't want this to linger. I would say if we were to continue, next meeting, there has to be a vote.
Right,
You know, I
because now
think-
we know about, you know, a time frame that we could possibly have something up and running by spring of next year. So could we put it on the next agenda?
Well, we wouldn't have something up and running. We would be starting by spring, correct? Okay.
Well, yeah, okay. The actual, right, the project itself would be underway at that time if we don't delay.
So would someone like to make a motion for that, and then we can have a date certain?
So we're making a motion for, to review the planning board minutes. Do we know the date of those minutes? So that we
July
have-
16th, it's in our packet.
July 16th. Okay. So to review the July 16th planning board minutes to determine the rationale of the votes and reconvene on this issue at the next agenda.
And just to say, it's July 16, 2020.
July 16, 2020, thank you.
That's a motion. Is there a second?
So what was the motion again? Just want to make sure I heard it correctly.
To have a chance to review the July 16th, 2020 planning board minutes to determine what the rationale was for decision, and also to reconvene on this issue at the next town council meeting.
So essentially to put it back on the agenda.
So what's in these minutes? What are we looking for?
We're looking to find out why it was voted in 3-2, and then a third action was taken 4-1. So we just want to see what their rationale was and why the discrepancy.
Okay.
And it, well, I'll second for discussion at least. It should be noted too that under the changes coming, just to not complicate matters, but that if the changes that are coming to the state in 2024, if those laws were in effect this year, or when this went in front of zoning, this would have passed. So it would have passed. They didn't need a supermajority. It would have been a simple majority would have passed it. So this would have essentially have passed planning and zoning if the new laws have already been in effect. So just something to keep in mind.
So, not to be a dead horse, but That's fine, I'm all for doing, looking at the minutes and everything, but if we're saying that you're kind of leaning towards approval, and it seems that everybody's going that way, so the minutes there is something in the minutes that, unknown, that could sway you the other way, depending on why that vote went that way. I'm not sure what we're looking for in the minutes, that's my problem.
Just clarity, I think. I mean, that's what I just want to see why the vote was so different. I mean, you have a 3-2 for there was the vote taken, and there was a second action of 3-2, and then a third action of 4-1. So just to see, just to make sure we're doing our due diligence, that's what I'm looking at.
Yeah, just so we don't foresee any problems or any issues or something that could come back and, put a damper on things, so.
All right, we have a motion, a second. Any further discussion?
Yeah, can we get, actually, first I gotta find out if this is even allowed, but is it possible to have the current planner review and to provide feedback, even if it's just to the council, to get his opinion, or is that kind of not kosher because it's not in front of the planning board currently? I just want to make sure, like, I'm not, you know what I'm trying to go, because this was a former planner that ruled on it, and then can we have the current planner at least just offer his opinion, even if it's not binding or something like that? I don't.
You certainly could have the planner weigh in on it, but I think, I think the planning decision, master plan approval is vested.
Right, yeah, no, that I know.
So I just not so sure.
I'm not looking to change anything that's already been approved. I was just curious.
It's just kind of unusual that you would ask another planner you still happen to have a new planner to
You answered
reconsider
it. That's all I need.
A new planner would get a handle on this, obviously, if this were ever to get to preliminary plan, but that would primarily be the majority of the old board. But, again, you could do that. I'm not so sure that it really matters, because you're talking about considering this master plan approval going to the next step, not considering a master plan approval in the first instance.
That's right.
And do we know how detailed these minutes are?
I think at that point that was recorded.
So in reality, we have to watch the meeting then, I'm assuming, right? Because I know, like, even our meeting minutes, like, we're here like 4+ hours, so I get it. But they are recorded, so it doesn't make sense to have a transaction of verbatim. But I'm just trying to get a sense of, will I know what's in the 4-1 vote, or do I need to go back and watch that meeting? Because if we're just saying we're going to give the minutes, and the minutes just say 1, 2, 3 sentence, and here's the gist of it, and then it's 4-1, I'm not necessarily. I don't think I'm going to get all the details that I'm looking for. That's just my concern. Oh, I see your hand.
Bobby, can you get up to the mic, because we can't hear you. Thank you.
Hi, Bobby Monaghan, Assistant Planner. We actually have notes from the meetings that the minutes are created from, so that might be somewhat helpful. I think at that time we were probably doing Zoom, so we'd have to find that, but that may be helpful too, if we can't find it in the actual minutes. Okay.
Okay, thank you.
I know that, I know everybody wants to, you want to do your diligence, but it just seems like another thing we just can't make a decision on. You guys walk the property, we heard the presentation. I don't care if you vote yes or no, but I think that we should vote. I'm not saying one way or the other how you should vote, but geez, we just got to make a decision. We just can't. We never make decisions. We always, let's do this. Let's kick the can down the road again. This is just another reason to not vote.
Well, I think as long as we don't delay it, we can't delay it. I think we have had.
We are delaying it.
We can't delay it indefinitely. I think we've had 2 people that have had extensive experience, in actually being part of that, and for us to be able to hear from them as to furthering our, the information that we make an intelligent decision with, I think it's worth another 2 weeks, and then that'll be the end of that. Just my opinion. You have a motion and a second.
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Roll call
So just for clarity, we're voting on to hold it off for 2 weeks.
till the next meeting,
Till the
until
next
we can
meeting.
get a handle on these meeting minutes or watch the YouTube video so that we can see.
Other notes.
All right, so if you don't look at the meeting or whatever, you don't go on the minutes, it's your own fault. We're not gonna kick.
We have to
keep
vote
kicking
on
this.
Have to do
Next
it,
meeting.
right,
All right.
because we have it.
I'll vote yes.
timeframe.
Oh, okay. Oh,
I thought you-
oh, did you do a roll
She-
call?
Oh, I'm sorry, I
I think
apologize.
she was getting ready
I thought you
to.
Just
did.
letting us know.
I'm just letting you know.
You want to try it again?
We'll make it official. Mr. Beauregard?
Yes.
Ms. Hamilton?
Yes.
Mrs. O'Hara? Mr. Ogier?
Yes.
Ms. Alves?
Yes. The next one, discussion by council vote or other action on payment of bills.
Can I ask a question, Madam President? This is for the finance director.
Yes.
I appreciate the memo.
Yeah.
But this came on Friday, and it really wasn't available till Saturday, so.
I understand. I just want as much heads up
Okay.
for questions as possible, just so I can come with as much prepared information
Yeah,
for
I
the
get
questions,
it.
because I don't want to be rambling through papers and not giving correct info on payments.
You know what might be helpful is once a month or once a quarter, if we get like, you know, how for like the budget committee, they give what year-to-date.
Yeah, we're working on
analysis.
are you talking about like a P&L?
Yeah,
Yeah, we're finishing we actually just finished the reserve, so that's our next thing we wanted to bring to the council for next meeting, is the
Right.
P&L
Okay,
for all
'cause
the departments.
I know we look at a lot of the expenses, and it may be good to know as how
Yeah.
is it in relation to the budget even too, so.
Sure.
Thank you.
So let me just pull it. The three that I had received, one was for A&M sheet metal for the roofing for the police department. This was, again, for the police department. This was in reference to, I think this was during one of the meetings, this was discussed about the leak that they had. They considered it an emergency, they came in, they fixed it, went from there.
So is this, and thank you for, I'm glad I was able to at least
Yeah,
get in
certainly.
touch with you before. Is this part of the $900,000 that we're using?
So I personally coded it. The chief didn't, to my recollection, he didn't decide on which way he wanted to code it. I decided I would pull it from the building repair and maintenance line, already within the budget. I think that's a $20,000 budget item that the council had
Okay.
approved for this year. So I pulled it from there. I can certainly switch that around to pull it from the bond, but in my eyes, it was already a budgeted item, so might as well pull from the budget.
Well, just, to keep it, so that we know what's been done in that bond,
Okay.
with that bond,
Yeah.
so
Can-
if it,
Can we,
I'm
just
sorry.
a point of order, can we talk about the road number that we're discussing? Because
Sorry,
number one,
just trying to keep up
yeah,
here.
yeah.
first one,
Oh,
I'm pretty sure that's number one.
was that number one? Okay,
Yeah.
just-
I'm sorry.
My packet, half the pages are upside down for
that's-
this, so I'm
that's
just
no
trying
fun.
to make sense of it all. Thank you.
And you're just tired.
Oh.
They're really fine.
Well, my first one, we're looking at the $1,000? Okay.
Yeah,
Yeah,
1280.
so it's
Yeah, I got it.
$1,285, and it says A&M sheet metal, and it's emergency roof repair, and I wanted to know if that was something that was for which roof, first of all, and Anthony's telling us it's the police station, so I would just like to keep, and I don't know how anybody else feels, but I'd like to keep it within the bond, because we've been telling people we're utilizing the bond to do repairs for that building, and just to keep it in order. That's just a suggestion.
It's whatever the council desires. If the council desires that I put it through the bond, I can. If I keep it the account that it's at, I can do that. The council can approve the payment of bills contingent on me changing it
Yeah.
as well. That's whatever the council desires.
I'd like to see that. The other one was Brightly Software, which is number 35.
Yes, that is.
$5,065.40, maintenance edge.
Yep, this is for Facility Dude. This is a software for work orders that DPW uses.
Okay.
Yep. And then the last one was MHQ.
MHQ, right?
Yeah, that was for a van that was, that was pulled from reserves from FY '22, fiscal year '22. That was for animal control, for their transit van.
Okay, just so everyone knows, it's on line 64, MHQ municipal vehicles, $26,466, a 2022 cargo van. So that's for
Animal control?
animal control?
Yep.
So is that capital?
That came from, yeah, it was capital from reserves. Yep.
Madam President, if I might, Tony, you know what might be helpful too is, not to add work, but
Sure.
if, it sounds like a lot of times too, we're wondering where some of these items have come from. If you could identify like maybe the funding source?
Yeah,
I'm assuming
so
you guys are like doing this
while-
probably journal entry.
A while
but-
back, I had provided the council with one of these. I can have it as part of this packet as like a second sheet. It describes basically the department, because each one, if you look at each payment of bill, the third column.
Yeah, that would be helpful.
That's the, well, the second column is the department, column 3 is the specific line item. So here you can see where the department's coming from. And then as far as I can provide.
At least if it's come from like capital or like something
You want,
like
so
that.
you want which line item it is.
Right.
So,
Yeah.
so third, column 3. is
Yeah,
what
and if
you're
it's,
referring-
if it's
okay.
just a regular expense or something, but if it's coming from like a reserve account or something,
Okay.
that may just help with some of these questions too, you know?
Yeah, I can add this and the, and an account, basically a chart of accounts essentially to this as well.
No, I think what,
No, so like you would add like under payment item description, even if you just put like where
Oh,
it's
just put a
coming from,
description.
like if it
Okay.
comes from like the
Yeah.
reserve account, like a reserve account or it's the
Yeah.
bond
if
or
it is
something.
capital or.
That's a lot less work, so I'll do that.
Yeah. so- Still provide that other thing you were gonna attach, but that'd be helpful. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Did you-
I mean, would you be able to just sort it by department? Like sort it by the,
If I was to, I can, this Excel sheet, where the payment of bills is, we can sort this however you want. It's usually a little bit easier with the vendor, but now that we have the numbers, it's kind of whatever. It's a little bit easier now with whichever way we want to sort it. So if you wanted to sort it by department, we certainly can, yeah.
That would be helpful.
would that be, you think that would be easier, then we could total it?
Yeah,
Yeah.
that makes sense.
Okay.
Yeah.
Is that, it's not extra work, right?
I just have to change the
sort it,
formatting
right?
of the Excel
Okay.
sheet, yeah.
All right, thank you.
Thanks, Tom.
I just have one quick question.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Number 52, Hometown Auto, $10,960 for an insurance claim. Why are we paying an insurance claim? How's that work?
So we get reimbursed by the trust.
Okay.
That, to my recollection, we've already received funds for that.
Okay.
So we're finally just paying
All
it
right.
to get it fixed. Yeah, we actually have a little bit extra on that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Was that a police cruiser?
Mhm. So did the council want me to pull the metal roofing from, keep it where it's at, out of the building repair and maintenance line item? Payment number 1, or pull it from the bond?
I'd like to see it pulled from the bond, so it's all together. Yeah. Anybody else? Just so we know what we've spent on the bond.
That's fine, man.
Mm.
It's fine.
So, yeah, approve contingent on me changing that to payment through the bond.
Okay, I'll make a motion to approve the Town of North Smithfield payment of bills in the amount of $3,614,951.58.
And that's going to be less that $1,285, or?
It's still including
it, Still it's just the including it? source Okay. All right, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Roll call, please.
Mr. Biragad.
Yes.
Ms. Hamilton.
Yes.
Mrs. O'Hara. Mr. Ogier.
Yes.
Ms. Alves.
Yes. Discussion by council vote or other action on consent agenda. All items listed in this section are considered in one motion. There will be no separate discussion of these items unless a council requests, in which event the item will be removed from the consent agenda. Town council minutes of September 11th, 14th, 19th, 20th, and October 2nd. Communications from Animal Control Monthly Report for September 2023, North Smithfield Fire and Rescue Monthly Report for September 2023, North Smithfield Municipal Court Monthly Report for September 2023, and North Smithfield Police Department Monthly Report for September 2023. Would anyone like to have anything removed?
Madam President, I'd like to remove the minutes of September 19th.
Anything else? So would anyone like to make a motion to approve the items on the consent agenda less the minutes from September 19th?
I'll make a motion to approve the consent agenda minus the minutes of the 19th.
Second?
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Roll call?
Mr. Biragad.
Yes.
Ms. Hamilton.
Yes.
Mrs. O'Hara. Mr. Ogier.
Yes.
Ms. Alves.
Yes. Mr. Ogier?
I just wanted to have it noted that the Water Supply Review Committee had also discussed hiring an engineer as well. I can get you the direct language, but I just wanted it noted as well. That was it. Nothing drastic. Everything else looked fine.
Okay. Anyone else have anything on the minutes of September 19th? Anyone like to make a motion to approve those minutes with the amendment stated?
So moved?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Roll call?
Mr. Biragad.
Yes.
Ms. Hamilton.
Yes.
Mrs. O'Hara. Mr. Ogier.
Yes.
Ms. Alves.
Yes. Old business, discussion by council vote or other action on status and / progress report on completion of special items. Municipal Building Review Task Force invoice number 46616 to Tecton Architects and invoice 46618 to Tecton Architects.
You should have a letter from the task force recommending payment of invoice 4616 dated September 30th of 2023 for services rendered through September 30, 2023 in the amount of $12,500. That is for the immediate improvements that are being done at the police station.
Mr. Van, have they started these renovations or are these improvements?
Those are bills from Tecton to get the work to get to that point, but yes, Dubon is in the building.
They are?
They are doing work now,
Okay,
presently on the building. That's why the other item I have on the agenda is to address.
okay. Anyone like to make a motion to approve invoice 46616?
I'll make a motion to approve.
Second?
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Roll call, please.
Mr. Biragad.
Yes.
Ms. Hamilton.
Yes.
Mrs. O'Hara. Mr. Ogier.
Yes.
Ms. Alves.
Yes.
We're also recommending invoice 46618, the same dates for services rendered in the amount of $27,500. That's for work that's being done for the renovation, replacement of the police station. That was the $29,000 contract that was awarded to do the study for the one-story building.
Okay.
Anyone like to make a motion for invoice 46618 to Tecton?
I'll make a motion to approve.
Second?
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Roll call, please.
Mr. Biragad.
Yes.
Ms. Hamilton.
Yes.
Mrs. O'Hara. Mr. Ogier.
Yes.
Ms. Alves.
Yes. Thank you.
Do you want to do that other issue while I'm up here?
No.
Under new business? I can wait, it doesn't matter.
Discussion by council vote or other action on municipal building review task. One, establishing a contingency account for immediate improvements ongoing project. Mr. Vadney?
Thank you. We'd like to discuss with the council, it's just what it says, the establishment of a contingency account for the immediate improvement project that is ongoing. This would provide for unforeseen conditions as the work unfolds, while also allowing the project to continue on schedule without incurring additional general condition costs. The bids came in well under the estimated cost, and the task force would welcome a not-to-exceed amount agreement with the council. and the council would be notified in a timely manner of any use of this account. Part of that is as with rehab, as you're seeing with Hallowell, as you go through the process, you end up with unexpected complications that you may run into that you couldn't foresee until you started the thing. And the other issue is this is a time limited project. He has 180 days to approve it. So if, and I'm not saying, we haven't seen one yet. We haven't seen anything yet. We haven't even seen a pay rec from them yet, but they are working on the project. They are doing asbestos abatement in there. If they were to submit something with a change order, and we had to wait to come to the council, and it was a 2-week or a 3-week period, just depending on where it fell into play, they could easily sit there and say, we're adding 21 days to the schedule, and 21 days of general conditions. In some of those cases, it may exceed the cost of a change order. So my recommendation would be a not-to-exceed number on a change order of like $15,000, that we would have the authority to tell Tecton, who's overseeing it, to say, yes, tell them to go ahead with it, at which point we would notify the council as soon as we know that.
So can I ask a question of the solicitor then, maybe? Would this change the composition of an advisory board if they now have an account that they are responsible for and that they can actually identify and not pay bills, but authorize bills to be paid?
We're not saying we're gonna pay bills. What we're saying is, we want the authority to give the go-ahead to
Okay,
keep the
so-
project moving on time. We're not gonna,
So-
you're gonna get a letter from us saying, we recommend this approval. This is what it was for. You will still approve it. We are not
But the
spending,
work will have been done.
in some cases, it
Right,
may be
so that's
done.
not really an approval after the fact, so it is an authorization.
We're
so I guess
authorizing
that's my
them, we're
question.
authorizing them to continue to move forward
Right, so-
without actually spending
right.
the money, but
Right.
this is a way the town can save money and keep the project on the timeline.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that. I just think it would change the composition of an advisory board as it now stands in the charter and, with resolutions that we've had for this. I would be
Well, I guess
not sure.
I'm not so concerned about that as I am. I would think that maybe the answer would be to be authorizing the finance director to pay a bill.
He's not paying the bill. He's not saying he's paying the bill, though, right?
No, but he's approving,
Right.
he's
The-
approving.
The funds are there. We're not asking to change. The funds are in the project.
Yeah, well,
We awarded a bid for 440. There's over $1 million in that project. We had estimated it at like 738 or something like that, and then Tecton had their fees included in it, all that. So we were well under what we were projecting for the bid numbers. I'm not looking to say, hey, give me carte blanche. I'm saying, let's put a thing that, so if a change order came in for $7,500, if you wait 3 weeks, you're gonna spend double that because of time extension, general conditions and whatnot. All I'm asking for is to have a set limit that we can give the authorization to go forward with. The funds are there. It's not a question of we don't have the funds, that I need you to approve the funds. The funds are there. We're just looking for some authority to say, we need to go ahead with this based on our review.
Well, we could say, if you came to us, there's always a possibility that we could say, no, we don't want to do that. In this case, you've taken away our ability to make that decision, right? Because the decision will have been made, and then we will approve it post it's actually happening. I'm uncomfortable with that.
Can I ask a question?
Then the other option would be is, we notify you, and we'll just use the example, I have a meeting Thursday with Tecton to go over the immediate repairs. Say there is something that comes up. Notify the president. You have 2 days to post a meeting, an emergency meeting, whenever that happens.
We'd want to
Can I
accommodate you.
can I ask a question? When we hire Tecton, what capacity do we hire them in as? Are they also acting as like an owner's project manager, or in that, like, what is their
They're
agent
doing
relationship
contract
with the town?
administration on this.
And is
They're
it
overseeing the work, that's being done. You are paying them to do that. They are overseeing the work that's being done. They meet with Dubon every 2 or 3 weeks. They meet with them. It's all in the scope of work that you approved and paid for. That they do handle all this to make sure that everything is being done per spec.
And there's no contingency already built in?
No.
There's nothing?
See, my,
No, this was not, we didn't set a budget that way. We approved the bid to Dubon with the 3 alternates, of which 2 we've already given them a go-ahead on 2. 1 is still pending till they start pulling the wall apart.
So back to my question, I never really got to finish. So, in those types of agreements that in the contract that we signed with Tecton, is it normal for them to have that type of control or oversight in terms of work order approvals or non-approvals, et cetera?
Tecton doesn't have that control.
I guess so. The other question I have, is it typical that should the town have engaged in that type of contract with Tecton? If you're looking for this type of approval now, like
No.
as an owner's project?
No.
Okay.
It would go through, all I'm trying to do is keep the project on time. on
Yeah, no, I
budget.
know what you're trying to do. I get it.
And we've done this in the past. The council has done this in the past. When we did the middle school, we had that authority by the council to approve change orders to keep the project on time. And some of those change orders were bigger than this whole budget. You do get things like that sometimes. I'm not telling you that there's gonna be 1 million of them. I'm not telling you there's gonna be none of them. I don't know. I just wanna keep this thing moving, and I wanna make sure that the town is protected. And so if we don't have emergency meetings or give us some kind of authority to say, go ahead with this, and you have to have some faith that we're not out there just willy-nilly going, yep, go ahead and do it. You have to have some faith in those people that you have advising you.
well, I have faith,
so-
I have faith in you and your committee. But what about the next committee that wants this authority? That's what bothers me. You know, I'm not sure that the
They'd have to
precedent's gonna
ask
be
for it.
set.
They would have to ask for it.
Yeah, but then he's right.
Yeah, but I think
He's
John's
right.
bringing up a good point.
Very good point.
They could say, well, you gave it to one group, why can't you give it to us now? So I see where he's coming from, and I see where
Yeah.
'Cause, I
Councilor
mean,
Hamilton's
if it
coming
was
from.
just, if we could somehow just you guys, yeah, we gotta get this thing going, I get
Do
it.
you
But
have
now
any
the
other-
next committee comes
Do you
along.
have any
you're
other
like,
projects going on right now?
What's that?
Do you have any other projects going on right now?
Right now, we don't, I
So
know.
that's-
I know, I'm with you,
I'm
but
here
I'm just concerned about the
I'm
next
here
committee.
requesting for this
We have
project.
Hallowell, you know,
I'm
that's
here
another
requesting for
project.
this project. That's what I'm here requesting for.
I mean, we approve every other change order for anything else, so I don't
Right.
think that we should kind of deviate away from that, because we just changed the approval of regular purchases, and now we're going to say it's okay for an advisory committee to go and approve, amendments or change orders, because if you have a change order, it's not going to be some nominal amount of money. It's probably going to be something substantial, so I would think that that's when we can do a special meeting, should
That's
we
why I'm
have to.
saying, put a limit so that, yes, if it is something substantial, then we need to come back. It's your call, but if we get something, then I'll notify you. You have to have a meeting within 2 days.
Yeah.
Because we can't go 2 and 3 weeks
Mhm.
while we wait till something falls into the schedule. You just can't do that in a construction project, because
Mhm.
it's gonna add 21 days to the project, say, and 21 days of general conditions.
Yeah.
And it adds up,
And
it
if
adds
it-
up fast.
yeah,
It adds
I
up
think-
faster than what the change order could be. That's why I was just asking.
No, we will happily accommodate if there's a need for a change order that's, going to put a crimp in the schedule for sure. We have 180 days, we know that, right? So, yeah.
He has 180 days to complete what he has, but when
Right.
we delay him, he has the right to say,
Sure.
you've delayed me,
Sure.
and I need 21 more days, 14 more days, whatever the
Yeah, but you can
amount.
just say, you go do, there's
Just
other
do
stuff you can
something
do.
else
Huh?
while you're
He
waiting.
can bounce
Right.
around to
There's
other
other
things.
Not in some cases.
Well, if you
I'll
tell
give you a
us,
perfect example, and you mentioned Hallowell. They came before you with 2 change orders. You didn't approve them. You wanted them to go back and drill down and look at it better. I'm sure they didn't do any more work. They could come back and tell the town, we need more money. Because if you have, I don't know what the deal is with Hallowell, if there's a time limit for AA wrecking. I don't know what that contract entails. But if there's a time limit and you've extended his time limit, he's entitled to come back and get more time and more money under general conditions. So it's one of those things,
Well,
and I'm not looking at a 200,000. I'm not looking at 200,000.
Yeah.
Right. No, I'm with you, I hear you, but I'm just concerned about the next,
Yeah.
next committee.
Agreed.
You could approve a not to exceed number, or you can just sit there and say, when you approve a not to exceed number, you're already saying, here's money that you can spend.
How about,
Terrible.
the administrator? Can you,
I mean, then you're taking it out of our hands.
yeah, you're right, you're right.
He's saying,
Yeah.
he's
I mean-
saying no.
I'm just throwing it
Oh,
against the wall.
no.
that's all.
Did it come
Sticks.
across loud and clear? But I think Mr. Vadney brings up a point, possibly not to exceed for something. But Councilor Beauregard, it's a great, very valid point. What about the next committee?
All right, well, thank you for,
So you want me to let you know if there's any change
Please.
orders, and you will meet within 48 hours?
As long as
If we can
everyone's
do
in
it,
town,
sure,
yeah. I
absolutely.
At
mean,
least 3 of us.
as
three
long
of us
as,
will.
Just want everyone to be on the same page.
okay,
Thank you.
thank
Thank
you.
you.
The next item is the 3 to 5 year forecast.
That's me. I think last regular scheduled council meeting, I think we had discussed setting up a meeting with the president, the vice president, and I'm trying to remember his name,
Steve?
Steve, thank you. I just had it completely gone, right out of my head. I just had it. With Steve, to be completely honest, I haven't gotten around to it due to switches in our department, but things, and the audit, but things are slowing down, so I can set that up for us. I did remake from scratch the 3 to 5 year forecast, because the one I was creating, I had presented it to some non-finance types, and it was hard for them to understand. So, because I was using the format that back when, so the 3 to 5 year forecast, the 5 year forecast that the municipality provides to the state, that's the format I was using because I was used to it. But I'm also used to seeing those types of things. Whereas when the council or any of the taxpayers look at the budget, it's a completely different format and they're all grouped differently. So I've gotten back up to the point that I was when I had presented it to the council, when I had sent it to you like months ago. So that portion's done. I took the weekend or so to complete it, get it done, get it updated. The expenses are completed. I had just recently done the revenue. I just want to look at that again just to make sure it's correct. And then the other parts of the formula I still haven't worked out yet, but I'm working on it because I have to build out the assessments for the last 10 years. And there's a lot of math that goes into even building the tax rate itself. So I have to figure out how to maneuver those, but working on it.
Okay. Do you want to let us know when you're ready to reach out to
Yeah,
Steve?
yeah. As soon, I had a training all day today, and I have a training all day tomorrow. But hopefully on Wednesday or Thursday, I can set that up. I can send an email to you two and Steve and coordinate a date.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
The next one is facilities manager.
I just wanted to put this on here so we didn't lose sight of it. I know we have to schedule a meeting, so I'll send an email to schedule a meeting. But I just wanted to leave it on here because it sometimes is on, sometimes falls off. But I think it still has the potential to add value to the town. So just that's the only update.
Can I ask a question?
Sure.
Number one, didn't we recently just pay for someone who's in the...
You turn a mic on.
Mr. Pendergast's department to take courses relevant to buildings, et cetera? And is it in your resume? How many buildings do we have? 5? That they have to make sure everything is copacetic? How do you feel about this? Because I think it's in your resume, and I thought you were grooming this young man to kind of take over that department, give him a few more bucks, and we'd save there.
Good evening.
Good.
I don't believe that is in his job description. He's been trained on a couple of smaller things that he can oversee at this building. I think what we're really looking at is something totally different, similar to what the school department has. In addition, he has a full plate as one of my foremen. He's been trained in the federal MS4 Compliance Act, which is more important than a lot of other things. So he really is, his plate is very full right now. He just kind of has been trained on smaller things. So I think there needs to be much more discussion to maybe even put somebody in the next budget for it. That's where I was kind of going to go with it.
Okay, I thank you for clarifying it, but I just want to see what was on this end.
Yeah, it's all preliminary. It will be all preliminary conversations. It's still
Okay.
got a budget process.
And that
all
can come up in the conversations, but right now that's, he's
Wonderful.
actually got a full plate of stuff right now.
And you have a good worker there. That young man is. You got it.
The next one is grants.
Councilors, just one narrative of what's happening with the grants. Of course, Bobby's got some things she's going to talk to you about. She's written some other applications for grants. But if you look on the narrative, the bottom one, the multi-purpose community facility grant, you see the amount of $799,000 plus. That's an allocation to all communities based on population and need. So what happened, several communities did not participate, so more money was allocated to the town of North Smithfield, over $900,000. With it comes a catch, that the town has to continue these services, whether it be telemed, job hunting, access to internet, a number of things, options that the town could pursue. There was, the town planner and myself discussed this. It's very difficult to commit the town to 5 years of funding this ongoing. If the town does not fund it in that 5-year period, then the town has to repay the over $900,000 back. Councilor Ogier, we reached out to Councilor Ogier to speak to him because he is the liaison to Hollowell. And as Vice President, Councilor, is there anything you wish to add?
Well, I think you summarized it pretty well, Mr. Administrator. I think I wish we could have got a discussion so that, we could have talked about it a little bit more maybe, but I listening to the planner and listening to the administrator, I trust the opinion of the planner and the administrator on this. It is a big gamble to say we're going to commit and then not to commit, especially since we don't even know when we're going to actually build anything there. And I know this would wait, but you could be 2-3 councils in by the time this gets done. So the planner was very adamant that we shouldn't take this opportunity right now, just with all the strings that are attached. So
That's about it for the grant updates.
Number 5 is the town website.
it's moving along pretty well. We've had a few meetings here and there. Tony and I, and I'll reach out to the administrator as well, we're finalizing websites. Christian is going to help create a video for the website as well to loop through. So it's going to start picking up, and it's in the process here, and the targeted date is sometime in February of '24 that a new website will be live. So just wanted to give a quick update. It is moving along. More to come.
Thank you. Next one, North Smithfield Town Council sitting as a Board of License Commissioners. Discussion by council vote or other action on special event liquor license Class F, DBA Blackstone Millville, St. Andre Bassett Knights of Columbus Council, number 15829, LLC, located at Divine Mercies Parish Center, St. Paul Street. Madam Clerk, you said everything is in order?
Yes.
This is an annual, correct, that this happens? Is this the one that
No,
happens every year?
he applies individual dates
Okay.
for whichever. He's already had one event in February
Okay.
of this year, and it was approved, and everything went very well.
Okay, I'd like to make a motion to approve the Blackstone Millville St. Andre Bassett Council 15829 for a one-day Class F liquor license for an event on Friday, December 15th, 2023.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Roll call, please.
Mr. Biragad.
Yes.
Ms. Hamilton.
Yes.
Ms. O'Hara. Mr. Ogier.
Yes.
Ms. Alves.
Yes. Discussion by council vote or other action on recommendations from the planning department to adopt the revised and reorganized code of the town of North Smithfield, including Schedule A in zoning. Mr. Carullo?
Mr. Carullo?
So you have a memo from Mark from October 3rd. I'll just summarize. On May 25th, the planning board voted on the modification to clarify language, remove outdated language, and correct inconsistencies in the zoning enabling legislation, inconsistency with Rhode Island zoning legislation. The board voted unanimously to recommend approval for the proposed zoning amendments and recommend favorable action to the town council for the proposed amendments, finding the proposed changes to be in compliance with the town's comprehensive plan, including the goals and policy statement, the implementation program, and all other applicable elements of the comprehensive plan.
Does anyone have any questions?
No, so the proposed amendments are the ones that are on our
The ones that
1,
you,
12, 14, and 15?
yes.
So basically what you're saying is you're just clarifying language?
Yeah, we're
Making
cleaning
some
up
small
some things and
revisions to-
clarifying.
So that it's consistent with Rhode Island zoning?
Yes.
Okay. I make a motion that we approve the revisions and clarifying language to remove outdated language and correct inconsistencies with zoning enabling legislation. We're not?
No, sorry,
No.
we're not approving
Oh,
point of order.
we're not.
We're just
gonna-
scheduling the
So-
second hearing,
Schedule it.
the second reading and the public hearing.
Oh, public hearing.
This is part of general code. When we started cleaning up and it was referred to the planning department, they made additional changes. So now we're
Okay.
cleaning up the zoning portion and to move forward. So I do have dates. We have to advertise 3 times prior to the meeting. So I have an ad ready, if it's okay with the council, to be advertised November 2nd, 9th, and 16th. And it would be able to go on to the November 20th agenda for public hearing and second reading.
Sure.
We also have the public hearing continuation for the water supply overlay district, so just be mindful that there could be 2 public hearings. I don't know how many people are gonna wanna come and speak about zoning ordinances, but you never know, just to be mindful. I don't have a problem with it, it's just, we may wanna
Okay.
limit other agenda items that evening,
Yeah.
Yeah, good idea.
or schedule a Tuesday meeting. As well. Kidding.
Don't even.
It was a joke.
Okay, so does someone want to make a motion to schedule the public hearing for November 20th
I'll make that motion,
Second.
and second reading?
and second reading.
Second.
All right, so we have a motion and a second.
Just real quick, so, can I ask a question? I don't know who, so I have two questions. So the first is, how often do we do this? Is this set by statute, or do other communities do this more often, so there's not as many changes?
By charter, you're supposed to update your code every 10 years.
Okay.
That's what your charter says. And again, if now that we've got general code, I guess we're hopeful that it's gonna happen every year is the
Every year,
plan.
okay, that makes
My
sense.
understanding is, and again, I don't wanna, I'll leave the clerk to report to you, but my understanding, the clerk intends to ask you to budget money every year so this can be done every year. Obviously, the massive changes that you're
Right.
doing this year of the whole code will be a lot smaller if you do them every year.
Right, no, I agree. That's what I was getting at. I think we should be doing them more often. And then my other question is, are these chapters new chapters, like chapter 80?
They're changing all the setup, the numbers will be different, so now that we know the code.
So do they have like a crosswalk of like what chapter 80, if they could just provide us with that, just so that.
I'm hoping, I've been asking them that
Okay.
because I've been doing a lot of back and forth,
No,
and
I
it's
figured.
very different from the old ordinance we had.
No, I
so,
figured, I just,
Yeah,
it's hard to track some of them, so thank you.
you're welcome.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Roll call, please.
Mr. Biragad.
Yes.
Ms. Hamilton.
Yes.
Mrs. O'Hara.
Yes.
Mr. Ogier.
Yes.
Ms. House.
Yes. Okay. Thank you.
I'm the next one,
Oh,
too.
you're next. All right, okay. All right, discussion by council vote or other action on resolution approving bid award for consultant services for an update to the North Smithfield Hazard Mitigation Plan.
Yeah, that's me. So in July, we wrote and submitted a grant to FEMA to update our hazard mitigation plan. The last time it was updated was 2019, and they have to be updated every 5 years. So we need to update it next year. So we applied and we received from FEMA $45,100. There is a in-kind match of $4,150, which will easily meet that with the services that we're providing through the department. In August, we put out an RFP for consultants to write the update to the hazard mitigation plan. And we received 2 bids, one from VHB for $28,000 and one from Beta Engineering for $25,960. We created a committee and scored the bids according to qualifications, performance records, the project understanding, and the cost. And VHB came out 20 points ahead. We also looked at why that would have happened, and they had different ways of doing things. Beta Engineering proposed task level responsibilities for the town staff so that Beta would act as a advisory. They would have more of an advisory role, so the Hazard Mitigation Committee plus the staff would be responsible for keeping up with the tasks that were necessary to get the plan update finished. That was how they kept their costs down. The VHB will cover everything from the very beginning of creating the committee, doing the outreach, whatever's necessary. They'll look at the vulnerability, everything that's within the hazard mitigation plan. They have to look at any kind of storms, anything that can affect the town. It has to be researched. And they compare it to what's in the 2019 plan, and they update it accordingly. So we felt that that was more of the project plan we were looking for. So we decided that we thought VHB was a better choice for this project. VHB also has experience with REMA and FEMA. They have 13 communities in Rhode Island they've written HMPs for. Beta is primarily in Massachusetts, so they deal with Massachusetts EMA, but they do know FEMA, they both know FEMA regulations very well. So the objective tonight is to have the council approve the bid award to VHB for $28,000.
And you said you received a grant in the amount of 45,000, sorry. You received a grant in the amount of 41,000?
Yeah, 41.5.
We have 45,1 here.
Oh, maybe it's 45.1 then.
45,100.
Let me tell you for sure.
No, it could be. Just double checking.
Yeah.
Bobby, you just want to reinforce that the in-kind services of 4,150 town staff.
That's
will
right.
offset.
That's probably where it comes
That's,
from.
it's, yeah.
Yeah, okay, yeah. Okay, so then, and the award is for 28,000, will come out of that 45?
Correct.
Okay, so I'll make a motion that we approve the hazardous mitigation bid review plan for VHB located in Providence for $28,000.
Second?
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Roll call, please.
Mr. Biragad.
Yes.
Ms. Hamilton.
Yes.
Mrs. O'Hara.
Yes.
Mr. Ogier.
Yes.
Ms. Alves.
Yes.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Discussion by council vote or other action on Hallowell Review Committee. Mr. Porter. First one is payment to Bargman, Hendry, and Archetype invoice 26447.
That's correct. We reviewed that invoice, and it's in line with where they are for the month of August, so we've recommended payment of that invoice.
Anyone like to make a motion?
I'll make a motion to approve invoice number 26447.
We have a motion. Is there a second?
Second for discussion.
Mhm.
Mr. Porter, the fee, oh, I see, I'm sorry. So the fee by phase is,
It should really say fee by trade,
okay, okay.
not phase.
Okay, so we're just looking right now, well, it's just the architectural portion of it, right?
Correct, yes.
Okay, so that's the $17,080.
Yep, and then the landscaping is, nope, sorry, landscaping's been billed out at the last invoice.
Yep, okay. All right, so I'll make a motion that we approve 17,000. Oh,
You
I
seconded for
seconded
Yeah.
myself?
discussion.
I'm so tired. Okay, I'm sorry.
Very busy.
Discussion, second for discussion, end of discussion. Roll call, please.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Any other discussion? Roll call, please.
Mr. Biragad.
Yes.
Ms. Hamilton.
Yes.
Mrs. O'Hara.
Yes.
Mr. Ogier.
Yes.
Ms. Alves.
Yes. The next one is amendment to Hallowell Review Committee resolution.
Yes, so since the September 7th joint meeting where the council had voted to reallocate the federal grant for use at the Hallowell property, and a motion was made to engage BH+A for schematic design services with the Hallowell Review Committee, we would like to amend the resolution to update the goals and tasks of the committee to continue to move forward and to also continue moving forward on one of our original recommendations to having a multi-generational facility with the potential of dedicated space on the property. We included language from the Multi-Generational Advisory Committee resolution and also a review of the MBRTF resolution for updates. One item to also note is that the town's charter, if the Hallowell Review Committee is to become a building committee, a member of the Asset Management Commission should be appointed as well. We also discussed that if it's the council's wish to have us continue with a building project, that the terms should be alternating and longer to maintain consistency throughout the project. And the members' institutional knowledge of where we have been is instrumental in moving forward efficiently as quickly as possible. So I've worked with our liaison, Vice President Ogier, on some of the rewording of this ordinance. We've provided a marked up version of the ordinance, taking language both from the Multi-Generational Advisory Committee, reviewing the MBRTF, reviewing the town charter. So that's where we have revised our membership to potentially include a member of the Senior Citizens Advisory Committee and also another member from the Asset Management Commission as required by our charter. The other thing that was of concern was the terms of our members. So as I said, you know, in past, our membership is extremely dedicated. We are extremely compassionate about this project, and we are there to see it through from start to finish. So we had felt that either staggering of terms or just, and this is for how we were feeling as a committee. You know, I'm sure Mr. Vadney can say that the MBRTF, there's no time limit. There's no term limit on that, so it becomes a lifetime appointment, whether you want to admit it or not. So we were just looking in comparison to some of the other committees in town and, you know, looking at this to continue to move the project forward in a efficient manner. So it was, you know, we've discussed having the resolution revised to update our tasks as well. You know, at our September 7th meeting, we were asked to move quickly. So we want to make sure that we're adhering to our tasks and our resolution, so then we can move quickly. If we don't have a revision, then we're just still completing a master plan, and then we'll be back before you to present that master plan, and however you decide to move us forward is your prerogative. So again, in the efforts of moving quickly and efficiently to capitalize on the federal grant that's been awarded to the town, it was just one of those items that we would like to see resolved, so then that way we can continue to move forward.
So are you, by doing this, I guess you're dissolving of the multi-generational committee?
We're not doing that. But
I mean, that's
you know,
kinda sounds like
I mean,
what-
effectively, you would have to, unless you were planning on doing something else down at the Scouters Hall property, which still reads that the $4 million grant money is being allocated towards there.
Question, but the solicitor hasn't done this. He hasn't gone through this, right?
I've shared that with him
He's reviewed it.
through Mr. Ogier.
But is this, did he, in other words, he's reviewed this and approved these changes, Mr. Solicitor?
No,
No,
I don't
he doesn't.
draft until I'm ordered by the council. I made that
Right,
clear.
so we would have to ask you to,
Correct.
So he has reviewed it, but as he is alluding to, he's reviewed it to make sure it's good enough for the council.
okay.
We can then change or alter or do whatever we want with it from here. But you have
Well,
looked
I mean,
at it,
I've
David.
reviewed it, but I have comments about it.
Right.
I mean, I think the council should keep the committee to 9 members. I see that this addition would equal 10. I don't think that's a good idea.
And I think that was a discussion that we
I
had.
don't,
Sorry, Mr. Solicitor. That was a discussion that we had at our most recent meeting, that there was a miscalculation from 9 to 10. So we would suggest that the members appointed by the council for committee members at large from the community go to 4 instead of 5.
Oh, sorry.
yeah, and I think the appointments of a member of the Senior Citizen Advisory Committee should be indicated that it's appointed by the town council. Same thing with the member of the Asset Commission. You know, saying that it's a member of the Senior Citizen Committee doesn't tell us anything. It's gonna say appointed by the council. You're either appointed by the council or you're appointed by the administrator. That's how you get on committees.
Right.
There's no other magic way to get there. So either this council appoints you, or you authorize the administrator to appoint you, or the charter authorizes the administrator, authors you. But it's not just, a committee doesn't appoint someone to a committee. The senior citizen can give you a recommendation if you want, much like you indicate here that the planning board member would be appointed by the council with a recommendation of the planning board. If you want to do that with the asset management committee, if you want to do that with the citizen advisory committee, that's fine. Those are some basic concerns.
Can I ask a really maybe stupid question, but what is this, why is this necessary now? What is, other than what you've articulated about moving the project forward and whatnot? So as far as I know at this point, the only thing that we've got pending is asking the company BH&A to provide us with something for $4 million. What type of building could we get for $4 million, right? And is there anything else that, like, right now, being held in the balance that would require a resolution to change the composition and the dissolution of another committee that really has only met, what, a couple of times?
Yeah.
I mean, I just don't know.
I think the town has to grapple on a few things, right? We have a lot of resolutions and committee. I've talked to the solicitor about this. We have a lot of committees by resolution. We don't actually make them permanent committees. So I'm not saying I'm just saying we need to determine, okay, if we're having a building committee, you know, what is that going to look like? Is it going to be permanent? Any council can get up here and rip up a resolution. I'm not looking to make anything political. I'm just saying that that's how these things are now. You see, we change these things all the time. I think every other meeting, it seems like we're changing a committee resolution. But I think where some of this thought was going is at least to start the discussion of if we have the Hallowell committee and we've formed, and we've said, okay, the grant money is going to Hallowell, but now we have another committee. We have two redundant committees doing essentially the same work, which is why I think it made the most sense back in December, we were discussing it, that we should just revise the Hallowell resolution to begin with and say, let's just put everybody under, let's essentially dissolve and reform, and we can get the right composition of people. But I think we have to at least have a conversation of is what does the makeup of this committee look like? Because we shouldn't have two redundant committees. One group will say this, one group will say that. They may not agree. Now we have this master plan that we're spending all this money on, and then the goal of this is to start spending that $4 million before it expires, I hope. So we have to start thinking about, well, once the master plan works, you know, what does the next phase look like? I mean, we always talk about long-term planning, but we don't actually quite get there sometimes. So I think that's kind of where some of this was going. And I'm not advocating for lifetime appointments, but I think, like, you know how there's some committees where, like the planning board, there's a 5-year term. Maybe we look at certain terms where there are a maximum number of years so that it allows some continuality and succession.
Yeah, so I'm just confused too. So the committee then, you would want to make it more, you wouldn't want to form this committee by resolution then?
I'm not saying that, I'm just saying right now resolution's fine. I think we have to have a discussion at some point is, do these committees live forever? And if they do live forever, we can't leave them by resolution forever. I mean, maybe we can, but it just seems like it's
once the
inefficient.
committee does its job, it's done.
Right, so we're kind of putting an end date to some of these other groups.
And in the past, just for some history, every time that we've made a recommendation, especially to the past council, we've made a recommendation, we've basically checked off our tasks, and then we're left with, you know, really nothing else to do. So we're at the point now where we're working on our master plan, but from what we were told at the last joint meeting, that you'd like us to move forward into schematic design of this multi-generational center. That's another task for us that we would have to oversee. If it's not the Hallowell committee overseeing that task, it's going to be somebody else. And that's another part of what's on the agenda tonight. We did, as made by motion at the joint meeting, we had the schematic design phase proposal from BH+A so that they could continue to move forward and continue to develop this project to give us those options of, okay, here's what we discussed to be the whole project, and here's what we can get with the $4 million. So that's kind of what we heard were our next steps. So we're codifying that in the resolution, so then that way we are still holding true to our resolution and continuing to move forward.
Yeah, we're kind of on two tracks here. We're on the master plan and what does it look like to go get a shovel in the ground before 2030. So, you know, it's two tracks, so we have to kind of come to grasp of what does this committee, its composition and future look like as it relates to the work we wanted to do. I think if it was just go ahead with master plan and we'll worry about the grant once the master plan is completed, then I think that would be a different conversation. We'd be just amending this if we felt we needed to, or maybe not. But I think when we started saying, let's go forth with exploring options and that next endeavor, I think that's what kind of led to some of the conversation of is what is the real intent with Hallowell. And this at least, I guess, starts that conversation.
So has anyone talked to the multi-generational committee? See how they feel?
I have not, no.
I think their next meeting, like I said, there's only been 2 meetings for that committee. One was an organizational and one was just a quick needs and wants from each side. And then I believe the next meeting is scheduled for the 30th of September. So there's really been not a lot of communication through that, committee. So I would say maybe wait until after that next meeting so there can be some sort of communication.
Yeah, that's fine. You know, like I said, we just heard that the group wants to move, there's a want to have the group move quickly. So, you know, we've just been trying to accommodate that because we're excited about the project. We're very happy with the progress that BH+A has been making. So it's just that we understand that the foot is on the gas pedal and we don't want to really let up. So we heard the comments loud and clear. So that's why we proposed, you know, this as an amendment to the resolution as a draft just for you folks to talk about tonight. It wasn't, you know, us saying you need to do this one way or the other. We just wanted to provide something so that you could have the discussion like we have in the past. So if there's further need that the 5 of you and the solicitor need to talk further about it, by all means, that's fine. I would then just save everybody some time as well and just table the next portion of the agenda to discuss that proposal.
It might be beneficial for the Hallowell Review Committee to have a joint meeting with the multi-generational again. The intent was not to just dissolve without, you know, speaking. The intent, I think, in terms of looking at the resolution is do we have the right composition, just like with the multi-generational committee, do you have the right composition of people so that you're making the best decision possible? And also, as Jeff put in that, you know, there's been pressure, there's not pressure, but the council has expressed interest in moving quickly with this. I mean, we're already at the end of 23. Next year's an election year. Who knows how much actual progress is going to be done? Then you get a new council. You're probably looking at 26. And then you go out to bid. You're at 27. I mean, time evaporates pretty quickly. So just trying to get things
So can I ask a clarifying
going.
question?
Yeah.
When you're saying to move quickly on this, are you talking about the multi-generational center itself?
We
Or
were for the
anything-
schematic design of the building. Yes.
Strictly that?
Jeff, correct me if I'm wrong, but
Right.
yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, and at this
Can you
point,
clarify that?
in architecture, we have basically 3 phases: schematic design, design development, construction documents. What we got the proposal for from BH+A is just strictly for the schematic design. That comes with an estimate, that comes with further master planning, is just really figuring out where the rooms are. You know, the schematic design now drills down a little bit further into that, gives you, you know, interior renderings, gives you an idea of what the building looks like in the site. It gets you structural narratives, it gets you mechanical, electrical, plumbing, fire protection narratives. So then that way, all of those can be costed out. Part of our master plan that we are working on does come with that cost estimate, but now the schematic design, because more work is done to it, more things have been clarified, you'll get a better idea of what that price is. Same thing at design development. You're still drilling down further into the process, so then there's usually a line item that's a design contingency. That design contingency begins to get smaller and smaller as you kind of drill your way through that process.
See, I don't think that is it really necessary to dissolve the multi-generational committee? Because I would think if you went forward with this, then their input would still be very important. And as far as when they do the design, you're going to want to hear what they think, what their opinions are, what our needs are, and then they can kind of design. That was the plan, right? Then they kind of design based on that. One doesn't have to be exclusive of the other. You can still keep them intact, and you guys still do your thing.
It's however the council would like to decide. The Hallowell Review Committee always prides ourselves on that we are listening to everybody in town. Not any one committee, not any one group, but we are listening to everybody. So whoever wants to have some say, we listen to them. We relay that information to everybody, and we take that into consideration. So,
Jeff, if I may, just, I think we're starting to then split hairs, right? Because at some point then you're gonna be saying, well, Hallowell is only responsible for master plan. The multi-generational is only responsible then for working and consulting with the architect for schematic design. And what does that relationship even look like? And again, it's starting to get it, like, who are they taking orders from? And then ultimately it's the council, but, you know, now we're hearing from two boards on the same project with the same architect. What if they don't like BH+A, now they're gonna go for a new one? I mean, you look at the police station since we've been with Tecton, you know, that process, we've seen how slow it is just in terms of all the feedback and change of councils. I mean, we're already, 3-4 years before we're even at the point now where we're going out for a vote. So I think some of the intent here was not to dissolve a committee, but to look at, do we need to shake up the makeup of a committee or expand upon a committee, or what does that look like? It was just really intended to start that conversation, to make sure that we were getting the best input and the best ideas down there, because ultimately it should benefit the whole community.
Well, then I think your idea of having a joint meeting of the two, after they have their next meeting, you know, this can be brought up and then get together and make a decision and come back and then have modifications to the resolution.
Mr. Porter, what is your vocation? What do you do for a living? I'm being serious about this.
first and foremost, I'm a dad.
Always.
So that's number one.
Then your husband.
And a husband as well. Those are my two primary jobs, but by trade, I'm an architect.
All right. I feel, and you're not a novice at this, you're not that old, but I think you've had some completions as far as job-wise in various type of jobs. We can envision, but you've done it. That's the difference. We can make it happen because you've done it before. The steps that you've taken, we've never had to take. So as you come forward and say all these things, I hear, and what you're saying, let's get this done for the seniors. I think auditorily, that's what he's saying to us here. Let's get it done. We can meet together, but let's not talk it to death. Overanalyze it, because nothing's going to get done.
So do you want to,
The revised
Not-
resolution and the proposal go hand in hand.
so that would be number 3?
Yeah, that would be it. Yep. So we did, just to touch on it quickly, we did, the Hallowell Review Committee did review this. We felt it was appropriate for the additional service to the existing contract, and we did propose that the council approve this additional service. So again, it was kind of going hand in hand with that resolution so that we could kind of get two birds with one stone, if you will, to continue to move this process forward. So we can table this for the same time that the resolution review is done.
Okay.
And then same thing with item 4. If you had felt the need to revise the resolution, then we still have 2 open seats on the board as it stands. So if there were any further applicants that wanted to join the Hallowell Review Committee, or if the resolution is revised, then we do still have those 2 open seats.
Could we make a motion to send this draft to the solicitor so we can mock it up and make the necessary changes, go through it, changes and suggestions?
I think I need direction from the council on what they want exactly to do.
I don't think we know.
Okay. That was my whole concern when,
Right.
I want, work, and that happy to do the work, but I need the council to say what they want to accomplish. I don't want to give you my impression of what the committee should do, or you tell me how many members you want it, you tell me who you want on it, tell me what powers you want the committee to do, and I'll modify this accordingly. With those marching orders, I'll get it done within 24 hours. This is not that difficult for me to do.
I mean-
But I need to know what the council wants. If the council's not prepared, then I need to wait till you do, and I can certainly turn it around. But
I mean, I just think with the meeting, there is a meeting coming up with the other committee, so I would just think, just a courtesy of
Sure.
kind of discussing it with them and seeing what their, what their feeling is going forward, whether it be joining groups or maybe what they want to see, or how many members, so I think going back to them, and then we can maybe have a meeting and just kind of meet as, the joint.
Yeah, that's totally acceptable for us. And I just want to say, we're not trying to step on anybody's toes with this revised resolution. We've done this in the past. It just gives everybody the ability to look at something and talk about it. I hate to come up here with nothing and say, hey, can you talk about this, and really not have anything in front of you to use to talk to. So that's really, I would not want Mr. Igliozzi's job. He does great with everything he does. So I'm not trying to step on his toes. I'm not trying to step on this council's toes. But that's where we found that providing you with more information it best serves everybody. So please, I hope nobody takes offense to the way that the Hallowell Review Committee has talked about our resolution and has made comments and recommendations of how we might move forward.
Can I ask a question, Mr. Porter?
Sure.
Why can't we approve the schematic?
Yeah, I thought that too.
I know.
Why are they mutually exclusive to one another?
Well, because there would be no one that's overseeing that then. If we approve BH plus A to move into schematic design, it's not in our resolution to oversee the schematic design. We only are overseeing the master plan, because that's how our resolution is worded.
But we could approve it and then at our next meeting discuss more.
Well, the
right?
council
The council's
is
approving it.
overseeing, you know what I mean? So we
Yeah.
could go forward with that, let the ball get rolling with that, and then until we settle on, all this, he can be rolling and the council can be overseeing it.
Worst case, we have a joint meeting between the three
Yeah.
groups.
Okay.
At least to keep it,
Yeah.
the foot on the gas on the pedal, as you said. You know what I mean?
Yeah. So if that were the case, then I would request a vote and a motion, and then to be seconded to have the administrator sign off on the contract amendment that's not included in here. There would be.
Yeah, that's what I was just looking at too. I almost had a nervous breakdown, which is very easy for me,
Okay.
but I saw $193,000,
Mhm.
and I was going to ask for
There
clarification.
Really
could,
73,000. Right?
I could request that they revise the proposal to include a signatory line. Because this would be essentially just become an amendment to their existing contract that the administrator has already signed.
Okay, maybe we'll do that.
So I just want to make sure we're all looking at the same thing. So we're looking at a total cost of 193,000?
73,000, right?
Where are you,
No.
I don't know where you're seeing
Because we already gave
73.
we already approved the 120,000, so the additional, am I wrong?
No, the 120,000 is for the master plan.
Okay.
This is in addition to.
Oh, okay.
But some of this money could be reimbursable through the grant, right?
This could be used through the grant, yes.
So what is the amount we're talking about?
193.
193.
It is 193.
So maybe let's hold. Let's get that signatory line added so this is done properly.
190.
And then maybe Jeff, if you want to share this with the multi-generational committee, at least then there can be some additional input added as well. And then we can have a little maybe joint meeting again to kind of figure it out. Or at least we can discuss at our next meeting a little more this.
Yeah, and I think, we'll need to pull in the finance director, the administrator, everybody, all hands on deck to try to figure out where we get that money.
Yeah, that was gonna be my next question. Where are we finding 193,000?
Right, because we have to use this before we even get the grant, right? So
Yeah,
Yeah.
so we're just spending it
Yeah.
with the hope that we get it reimbursed.
I might not put it like that, because we are going to have a cost estimate through the master plan. So I know Bobby and Mark have been working on completing the application that has estimated construction costs. That master plan estimated construction cost could be used in that application, so then that way we can get the ball rolling.
So does that mean some of the 120? I'm not following, I'm
That-
sorry.
that would-
I'm not in your field, so I
So-
don't know what you're,
Yeah. So right now, in the master plan, the 120,000 that has been allocated for us, that includes a master plan, highly conceptual range of cost estimate. So we're going to get a number that's going to be a range. It's not going to be an exact number because it's not construction documents. We're at the very beginning process. If we are wanting to move forward that application that Mr. Carullo talked about at our joint meeting, that construction estimate or the project cost could be used for the number that he's looking for to complete that application. So then that way we can get that $4 million process started.
Right. We talked about BH&A doing the budget, not the town doing the budget. That was what part of this was too. That's what Jeff's alluding to. Because we have to submit as part of that application a budget in terms of what the project will look like. And even the planner was in agreement that it would make more sense for the architect to propose it than he would. but-
Right, and I think we all knew that if we get a grant, sometimes we have to have upfront costs, right?
Yeah.
Prior to even implementing any part of that $4 million.
All right, I might as well put it out there. So if we approve the master plan and we do the master plan and get all that done, then if we're gonna have BH&A take over and do the work on the multi-generational facility, that's a whole new project. Then wouldn't we have to go out for an RFP and get other architects to see if they want to bid on possibly doing that?
No, because the multi-generational center is part of our master plan.
That was part of the bid,
But we could.
original bid.
I mean, you could.
Yeah, we could.
It's just time.
Well, I know it's time, but I mean, it seems, I mean, that's a big number, so I would think, we approve the master plan, BH&A does their job at the master plan, and then in the meantime, we go out to request an RFP for designing a $4 million, well, with a $4 million budget, what kind of building can we build? And maybe they'll be a little better, I don't know.
I think there's something that I'm not explaining well. So I'm going to put that on me. And I'm trying to figure out how I can put this in terms so that we can all be on the same page. BH+A was hired to do a master plan. In their contract that was reviewed by Mr. Igliozzi and yourself, there is a condition that we can continue into further services as schematic design, design development, construction documents, bidding, and construction administration. That would mean that the architect that has designed the master plan, who has all the institutional knowledge, can continue with that project, knowing the town, knowing the players, knowing what our needs are. They can go right into that. If we complete the master plan, which we can do, which we are doing, we'll complete the master plan, stop. Another 2-3 months for an RFQ process. Interview process. Soliciting of, scoring those, making another recommendation to the town council to go with another architect. Or BH+A, they could apply again. So now, at the end of December, we're now in the end of March, going through the RFQ process again. The committee has reviewed these numbers that BH+A has proposed for their schematic design. This was not a surprise to me, this number. I'm sure if you were to ask other architects about this number to complete the work that's being asked, they'll say the same thing. So that's why our committee has recommended that the council move forward with that. If the council desires to have a stop, complete the master plan, stop and do the RFQ process again, that's all fine. We can do that. Again, it's just costing time.
Right.
So we can either continue with BH+A, who has the institutional knowledge, the rapport with the committee, the knowledge of all who the players are, the understanding of what the committee needs because they've put in the work for the master plan. We can take that document, they can continue to run with it. They'd probably shorten up their schedule because they know that. We go with another architect, then we're slowing down, we're getting stuck in the mud because we're going through another process again. So again, it's council's decision on how you guys want to proceed, but that's how that would go. At our last joint meeting, we said this, if BH+A continues forward, we could probably have documents done within a year. So by December of 2024, we could probably have construction documents that are ready to go out to bid. Or, alternatively, we could have construction documents in June of 2025, where you're going to see escalation of costs in construction, you're going to see escalation of general conditions. There's going to be a lot of escalating that you're going to see. It'll be more predictable, hopefully, unless we have another pandemic, but that's the situation that you're in right now. So again, as I've said, our committee is enthusiastic and excited about this project. We want to move it forward. We want to continue doing right by the town and the community. So again, it's your prerogative on how we proceed, but that's how I see it.
All right, this is how I see it. We can't spend $2,500 without getting council approval, without going out for bids. I'm not comfortable spending $193,000 without going out for a bid, without getting other quotes.
But you can't go out for bid with architectural services. You have to go out for an RFQ. The number doesn't matter.
All right, well, the point is, I'm not comfortable spending $193,000 and just saying, okay, you got it, $193,000. I'm just not comfortable doing that.
And again, like I said, that's
I'm
your
only
prerogative.
one.
And that's your prerogative to believe that.
I guess, even if we were to spend this kind of money, I think we would have to try and see like where we would even be able to secure these
So
funds.
there's two, since it's part of item D, preliminary to that, so the master plan, it was approved for 120,000. Before I get to this schematic design, I want to talk about this. It was approved for 120,000. We have 60, well, after the council just approved this 17 grand, we only have 42 grand for this. We don't have 120, because it wasn't added in the budget for fiscal year 24 for an extra 60 grand like council had talked about over a year ago, or whenever that was originally approved.
Can you just repeat that, Tony? I just want to make sure I'm following.
So the 120 grand that was approved for the
Yep.
master plan, it was agreed upon that 60 grand would be allocated, and then the other 60 grand for it would be put into the fiscal year 24 budget. It was
So-
never put in there.
You mean 24-25 budget? Right? Because you said
Fiscal
put it
year,
in
we're in
24,
fiscal
so
year
you're right,
24.
but the way you just said it, it sounded like all in one. I got where you're going. Okay.
Yeah, we're in fiscal year 24.
Part this year, part the next year.
Part, yeah, it was, no, it's supposed to be part this year. Like the
Right,
other
60 now,
yeah,
60 next.
Yeah,
Gotcha.
got it.
No, he's saying 60 should be in this current
60 should
budget.
be in this,
Right, that's
in
right,
this
that's
fiscal
okay.
year. 60 was already allocated in the past. We have that money set aside. We've already
Oh,
been
I
pulling
see.
from it.
Okay, so you're talking FY 23 to 24.
Yeah, I
All
hate
right.
that.
So
I
he's
just need to
saying
know
we're
your base
short
year.
Yeah,
Gotcha.
yeah.
60.
Yeah, so
Right, so we're
fiscal
short
year
60.
20, we have the money, the beginning 60 grand. We still have 42 grand of that left. The other 60 grand, we don't have, because it wasn't put in the budget. And then the 193,000, I can't just find 193,000 first and foremost. Secondly, if we were to do that, we would have to amend the budget to probably, off the top of my head, probably pull from fund balance for something that big. I can't shift around that much money from department to department, from P&L. I'm not saying I don't want to do it. I'm just saying that's the process of how we would have to go about that.
I would be under the understanding, though, that we would submit for reimbursement from the, from HUD for the project soft costs. I'm not sure how that works, but that, in past projects that I have worked on, that money is reimbursed to the town through HUD. So any project soft costs, and if I'm misunderstanding the grant, I believe the $4 million is for project cost, not just construction costs.
Is that what, you don't recall? You're not positive.
So maybe
we need to find
maybe
out.
what we should do is we should get a find out of what costs can be reimbursed. Because I think if we can get this money reimbursed, I don't think we'd be as hesitant to pull from the fund balance. I'm just one. But let's just first find out that piece. And then let's get the signatory line added. And then we can pick this back up at the next meeting. Because I'm going to have to make a motion to extend soon. And I don't want to be here till midnight. So, but I do think it is important that we do figure out what we want to do down there and to really keep things moving and to really come to grips with what a timeline looks like, because we're already in 2030 is going to be here before you know it. And I think the last thing any one of us would want is, or the thing we would regret, is we don't get this bond to be utilized. So
Right, and I think we all knew when we get a grant that there are costs associated with the, you know, with pre-application, you know what I mean? Like there's going to be environmentals, there's going to be architectural, there's going to be, you know, site things. Those are the costs. This is one of them. That's just one of them. And if we don't do this, we can't go forward with the 4%. So I think what we need to do is find out about if soft costs are included for reimbursement.
Yep.
Yeah, the bond, I agree with what, I do agree with Jeff on that, that the bond should be covering.
Grant.
Right.
Nope,
This
not a
bond.
bond. Grant.
I mean, I'm sorry.
Grant.
Right. The grant should be covering this, this part of it.
Yeah, I mean, we'd have to get clarification on that, on whether that's the case or not. But I would also like to know turnaround of how long that takes. I'm sure that's not something you would, Mr. Porter, you would know, but I would like to know how long that's going to take, because if we're going to have, you know, inter-fiscal year money mingling, I need to know where it's coming from, so.
and maybe I thought they already answered this question at one of our discussions in terms of what is reimbursable
Yeah, I
and what's
know.
not. So maybe it's just, we just have to look for an old email.
Yeah.
Maybe it's as simple as that.
Yeah.
All right.
So, Tony, do you think in the meantime, you could just go through some of the reserves and see if there's reserves we can move around to at least, because I think we talked about we would try and find the 60,000.
So the reserves is actually a item on the agenda for tonight.
Yeah.
We can try.
Okay, all right.
We can definitely try.
And just for the financial director's edification, we are expecting to wrap up master planning by the end of December. So that would mean the full $120,000 would have now been spent, just for financial planning purposes.
That is good to know. Thank you.
See, I think with this grant too, I mean, because I know we keep talking about, you know, future planning and how we keep talking about this, and it sounds like we just keep repeating it, but in this project, I think if we had some sort of timeline and how much, like you said, this number doesn't surprise you, but it surprises us. So I think something to say like, okay, this part of the project, you're estimating this, and, you know, and go down just so that way, for planning purposes, like even if it's something that's going to be reimbursed, we still have to put it up front. So then we can at least budget for it so that we know we have the money that we can spend, and then when we get reimbursed, we can take it back in. But like I said, I
Sure.
don't think any of us up here are in your field, so this does surprise us, this amount of money, and
Yeah.
I think for Tony too, he's not in your field either, so I think we kind of need a timeline of what we think is gonna cost and
Sure.
when it's gonna be payable, and then that way at least we can plan for it.
Yep, I will ask BH plus A for a full schedule of how they would see this going, straight from schematic all the way through ribbon cutting.
Yeah, that would be helpful, because then we can budget for it and know that that's gonna be reimbursed, you know?
Yep, certainly.
Tony, would that be helpful for you?
I'll be happy to ask for that.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Then, the last item on, that I had asked to be put on, I'm not sure what the demolition schedule is for down at Hallowell. I sent you all an email the night of our last Hallowell meeting, I believe it was the 7th. We were thinking that it would be a really good celebratory thing to do to show the community that we're moving forward down there. And when Building 10 or Building 11, one of those buildings starts to come down, we're there for a photo op to show, hey, this is what we're doing. Look we're actually moving forward on what we've recommended to the council. We're making progress. So we felt that that could be a good photo op, some good publicity for the project, for the town, to say, we're doing something. And it kind of comes in twofold as well, because BH plus A needs to get their surveyor down there, and the surveyor is booking 4 to 6 weeks out, and I don't want to have the surveyor down there, end of December, when they're supposed to be wrapping up their master plan. We really need the survey as soon as we can. The surveyors are well-versed in working in construction areas and zones that are being demolished. So any clarification on the demolition schedule so that we can get them scheduled to go out there? I know BH plus A has been in contact with Ray, but I'd really like just to expedite that so that's not getting held up. Because surveying in winter conditions is not beneficial for anybody, especially when we're doing wetland delineation. I would recommend that get done sooner than later. So if we can get even an anticipated schedule, or, we get the okay, BH plus A gets the okay to be down there to survey the eastern half of the western half of the property while the demolition is still occurring. That would certainly be beneficial. So that was kind of the twofold in having the demolition schedule happening.
And while you're here, in the center circle, they haven't taken down, at least I went down last week, the monument with Dr. Hallowell's engraving on it, etc. And the other thing, there is a real live store-bought time capsule that was put down there. And it's to the right, and they dug in the wrong place. We didn't put a plastic container where children put articles. I think it was in the year 2000 that we did it. So while they're down there, we're afraid they may go over everything, And I hate to see the monument itself be destroyed.
Yeah, and Mr. Pendergast, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't believe the circular, the stone with the engraving and the flagpole.
Yeah, Mr. King, there's a stone, and on it is a copper plaque.
I don't think that area is slated for any demolition.
Okay, as long as it's not. He brought it
But-
to my attention, and I figured you gentlemen would know if anything like that's gonna happen.
So, Mr. Pendergast, I don't know if you have a schedule from AA that we can share. If we can get the surveyor down there and they know that, the abatement area is off limits and they can still continue to do something. We'd just like to make sure that the consultants that we're paying for can proceed in a timely fashion, that's all. And again, photo ops are never a bad thing either, so.
Thanks, Jeff.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Discussion by council vote or other action on town boards, commission resignation from Paul Soares on the Water Supply Review Committee member, term ending 1/2/2025. We have a letter in the packet with Mr. Soares' resignation. Want to take a motion to accept it? Or?
Yeah, I'll make a motion to accept a letter of resignation from Mr. Soares on the Water Supply Review Committee. And in that motion, I think we should just do what we've kind of been doing more regularly, is sending a letter of thanks for his time.
Second?
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Roll call, please.
Mr. Biragad.
Yes.
Ms. Hamilton.
Yes.
Mrs. O'Hara.
Yes.
Mr. Ogier.
Yes.
Ms. Alves.
Yes. Discussion by council vote or other action, I'm sorry, on abatements / supplementals, Ms. St. George.
Hi. First thing is I have supplementals in the amount of $8,953.24.
8,000 or
I have
18,000?
18.
I have 18.
$18,953.24.
Oh, I thought you said 8.
Oh, I heard
Sorry.
8, sorry. That's okay.
Sorry.
You're good.
I could have said 8.
You're good.
Okay, we have a, does anyone like to make a motion to approve the supplemental taxes in the amount of $18,953.24?
Make a motion to approve them, $18,953.24.
We have a motion, is there a second?
Second.
Any further discussion? Roll call, please.
Mr. Biragad.
Yes.
Ms. Hamilton.
Yes.
Mrs. O'Hara.
Yes.
Mr. Ogier.
Yes.
Ms. Alves.
Yes.
And I have abatements in the amount of $20,159.18.
Okay, anyone like to approve the abatements?
Or make a motion to approve in the amount of $20,159.18.
Second for discussion.
Okay.
So the two on the Pound Hill Road,
Yep.
they're identical, no?
No, it's 2 different years. So it's
22?
prorated for when the fire happened. So it's for 2023 tax roll and 2022 tax roll.
Oh, okay. All right, thank you.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Roll call, please.
Mr. Biragad.
Yes.
Ms. Hamilton.
Yes.
Mrs. O'Hara.
Yes.
Mr. Ogier.
Yes.
Ms. Alves.
Yes.
Thank you.
This, anyone like to make a motion to extend the meeting?
No.
Well, I got to make a motion to suspend the rules first, right? So I'll make a motion to suspend our rules of order. That's the first motion, right? So that's the motion. I have to suspend the rules according to David, so.
Oh, okay.
Okay, so suspend the rules of order, and I'm just going to extend the meeting an hour. I'm not doing half-hour increments. Let's not be here to, even with suspending the rules? Okay, so then. Okay, we're going to suspend the rules and extend it an hour.
Okay,
can
we
just
have
keep
a
going.
motion. Is there a second?
Second?
Any further discussion? Roll call, please.
Mr. Biragad.
Yes.
Ms. Hamilton.
Yes.
Mrs. O'Hara.
Yes.
Mr. Ogier.
Yes.
Ms. Alves.
Yes. Discussion by council vote or other action on North Smithfield Police Department detail tracing system, detail billing software. Chief Lafferty.
Chief, you've changed.
I know, a lot younger.
What is that? A lot younger. I love it.
Okay, do you want to just give us a brief,
Yes, the chief asked me, Detective Stephen Donovan with the North Smithfield Police Department. The chief asked me to step in for him tonight. So recently, I want to say in the past month to 6 weeks, the town has kind of transferred the responsibility over to the police department for billing of our details. So there's a system out there, it's called DTS, which is a widely used system that handles tracking of details, attendance of details, payrolling of details, and it pretty much will eliminate the issues I believe that the town is running into with vendors either not paying past invoices and being able to keep track of invoices that weren't being paid. And then it also will help kind of bring everything together as far as like one system. So I know before it's like we have this slip for this detail that we worked, but then we also have a slip from like National Grid, and sometimes slips will get, you know, misplaced or whatever it may be when the transitioning from the police department to the town. Now everything is paperless. So it'll all be done on this app that we have, and it'll pretty much kind of streamline more or less, I guess, the billing process of billing the vendors and being able to keep track of which vendors have paid the town, which ones haven't paid. We can set alerts to where, like, if a vendor hasn't paid in the 30 days or 60 days, whatever it might be, so we can reach out to the vendor, which I know now it's kind of, or I believe it was hard to keep track of what vendors have paid and what vendors haven't, I guess. I mean, that's stuff that the town was dealing with, but now that it's transitioning to the police department, this is an app that's being used for the majority of the police departments in Rhode Island as well as New England.
Can I ask an administrator question? What prompted this removal from, and who was doing this on our behalf for the town?
Accounts payable. So a number of hands were in this. The police department would give the town the details, who was on it. The amount of money would have to be put into ADP payroll from the town. Then they would get reimbursed when the companies that received or the agencies that received the service. So there's a lot of touching going on. The scheduling of the offices that provide the service was handled through the police department. This kind of centralized it all, made it a lot more efficient and effective. I think, as the detective said there, some service recipients weren't quick to pay the town back. And we've had to reach out to police officers. They'd go to those recipients of the service with a note saying, he is 60 days late. But now, with this service, we'll be able to do it much more efficiently, quicker, and keep track on it.
And have we designated a specific person at the police department to do, so is that going to be an additional responsibility for someone, or?
So there already is an additional responsibility, so we do have a detail officer, which is Patrolman Conti, so he's in charge, he's the one that, every pay period, he's the one that types up the whole spreadsheet that the town would require at that point in time, and he would submit it to the town. He would break down, you know, the officers' pay, the cruisers' pay, the administrative fees, and that's how he would submit it to the town. So ultimately, this will be his responsibility as far as figuring out the payroll. I do help Patrolman Conti when he is not available, or if he's away on vacation or whatever it may be, so I would have the, I guess, backup responsibilities of that, as well as the administrative assistant for the chief. She is also going to be helping as far as like billing out the vendors, making sure, you know, staying up on task to make sure they're paying within 30, 60 days, whatever it has to be. So yeah, it's just kind of, it's the same responsibilities that he has, just using it as this different software, I guess.
I just didn't know if other police departments did that, you know, I wasn't sure how that worked, you know.
I know a majority of the police departments in the state use this system, as well as New England.
And they do their own detail?
I can't speak on their behalf. I don't know who bills out their details, but the system does a lot more than just billing. Billing is obviously an added plus to this system, which would obviously help all of us out, but it does keep track, like I said, with like vendors. They can log into this app and they can request details that way. As far as like the scheduling, we can put out the details to the officers, we can put out the details to mutual aid departments if we need to get those details filled. So it also fills like the attendance aspect as that as well. So, and then eventually it can do more than details. We're gonna start off with details, but then it can also do like the overall scheduling of the police department as well. So right now, our scheduling system is done on a clipboard.
Oh, geez.
So, I mean, eventually it could, progress with the times.
Yeah, you have IMC.
We have IMC. We do it for like the day-to-day, but like when people take days off, everything's done paper-wise, and I can show you a picture.
So my only quick question, and it has nothing to do with anybody, is just, is there gonna be anyone overseeing? Like, so right now, we had the police sending in their information to someone in the town would double check the figures, and then, you know, so I'm just for accounting purposes like that, I'm just wondering who would be.
Yeah, in terms of scheduling, in terms of what the police get paid for the amount of hours that they do, Karen checks it, and then I check her check. So part of what the police provide to us in terms of the scheduling, we approve that side. And then I also approve, as part of like our state wires check that we have to do every month, that's part of it as well. I send it back, I have my numbers, and then I send it back to the police department to break down. They send me their breakdown, and I build my state wires.
So will this be part of this process, or will that be not done anymore because it'll be in-house?
It's still the same process in terms of approval for the breakdown.
Oh, I see.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
All right,
It's just changing hands of who.
Who does it? and
Right,
so-
right. Just makes it more efficient.
Yeah, got it.
Still the same checks and balances.
Thank you.
And then the balance that is on there, the $2,790, that is a prorated fee, so it is a contract that would bring us until June 30th of 2024.
And do you know what the annual costs are?
So it goes by licenses, so every officer that's gonna have access to this app, they get charged per officer, so I don't know what the yearly amount would be next year when it comes up. I don't know if they would up the fee or not,
It
but
could be in
I
that-
believe it is like right around $110 per officer for the year,
In that ballpark then?
in that
anyway.
ballpark, yes.
Anyone like to make a motion?
I'd like to make a motion to approve $2,790 for detailed tracking systems software for the North Smithfield Police Department, to provide vendor billing, scheduling, attendance, and other details that they need for their, let me see, vendor scheduling, attendance, payroll with CVS reports, and mutual aid requests. I'm sorry.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Roll call?
Mr. Biragad.
Yes.
Ms. Hamilton.
Yes.
Mrs. O'Hara.
Yes.
Mr. Ogier.
Yes.
Ms. Alves.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Discussion by council vote or other action on Hollowell abatement change order. Mr. Pendergast?
Good evening. Which one is this one? I was contacted by AA Asbestos, who was doing the abatement and demolition down at the Hallowell site. They located possibly some more contaminants. I contacted our consultant, ECM. They met me down there. They went through the suspected material, and it was confirmed through sampling. The additional cost, which I believe you have a memo from our consultant in your package from ECM explaining exactly where and how much. But the scope of the work was to remove and dispose of approximately 160 linear feet of pipe insulation, $4,830. Remove and dispose of approximately 1,500 square feet of floor tile at $7,900 for a total of $12,730. This should be the last building. This was building 5, the library, one of the larger buildings. The flooring was like a subflooring. It was under the, it was a second level of flooring, but fortunately, we're almost done. So I'm looking to have this change order for $12,730 approved. And just a quick note, this is the third change order, which would bring it to a total of $131,510. I just wanted to at least let you know that the original bid from AA was $544,820, and the second lowest bid to that was Vinagro at $733,244, which we're still under the second bid at this present time. So we're still 118,000 in the plus, to be honest with you, so. And then we go into the demolition phase, which should be hopefully in the next couple of weeks, which
So-
I don't have a schedule yet.
Okay. So this is all preliminary to that the actual demolition? This
They're
is the
waiting
last
on this so they can complete this
phase.
in the next week or two.
Okay. I'd like to make a motion to approve $12,730 to asbestos abatement. Nope. Is that to whom? To asbestos abatement company for the removal and disposal of approximately 160 linear feet of pipe insulation and removal and disposal of approximately 1,500 square feet of floor tile at Hallowell School, former location.
We have a motion, is there a second?
Second?
We have a motion and a second, any further discussion? Roll call?
Mr. Biragad.
Yes.
Ms. Hamilton.
Yes.
Mrs. O'Hara.
Yes.
Mr. Ogier.
Yes.
Ms. Alves.
Yes. Discussion by council vote or other action on public works equipment rental services, Mr. Pendergast.
This is, well, what's happening, actually, speaking with the finance director, and it becomes very time-consuming on my part to keep putting in individual purchase requests. If I rent a roller for $500 or whatever the case may be. So we're trying to stay within our line items and do blanket purchase requests to companies that we basically do a lot of business with, not just random companies. We don't do a tremendous amount of money business with United Rentals of North America, but we do enough where it's over the $2,500 figure, and also over the $5,000, which draws us into the state bidding requirements. So therefore, I'm recommending that you approve the state master price agreement for United Rentals North America. And that effective period is 7/1/21 to 2/21/24 with two 12-month renewal options. And that money, depending on what the rental is, it can come out of either the highway department or Parks and Recreation.
Okay, so you're just looking for an agreement to be entered into with United Rentals, no cost at this time, an agreement that you
Right.
could implement that upon your request for particular items.
For the Rhode Island master price agreement, correct. And then when we put the requests in, the individual request every time with the finance director, that's approved.
So
But
automatic.
in the event that, let's just say there's a rental cost of $4,500 and maybe another one that's $5,000, I still conform to my line items, which I wouldn't go that high. I'm just using that as an example. Once we hit that 25 to 5,000, then the 5,000, which sends me into the competitive bidding. This is actually we're in the middle of a paving situation, and we needed 2 rollers. And it just, I don't have days to wait for the roller. The asphalt kind of got hard. Okay.
So this would all stay within your budget line items, correct?
Correct, not to exceed any line item.
Okay. Anyone like to make a motion?
I guess I'll make a motion for the Director of Public Works to enter into an equipment rental agreement with United Rentals of North America. Effective period would be 7/1/21 to 2/21/2024 with two 12-month renewal options.
Second?
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Roll call?
Mr. Biragad.
Yes.
Ms. Hamilton.
Yes.
Mrs. O'Hara.
Yes.
Mr. Ogier.
Yes.
Ms. Alves.
Yes. Discussion by council vote on other action on public works salt, road salt agreement.
Say that fast.
I know.
Not that I'm looking forward to this, but in front of you, you should have two separate master price agreements through the state of Rhode Island for salt for this winter season. The first one is from Morton Salt, and the price is $79.39 per ton. And the second company is Easton Salt for $74.22 per ton, for a difference of $5.17. I started a couple of years ago approving both salt companies in the event that we have a bad winter, and we get into the beginning of February, and God forbid we got into March, and salt was at a premium, and one company ran out of salt. So we have a good relationship with the people down at the Port of Providence, and it was suggested that, as I've done in the last several years, get both companies approved, and then it gives me the option. Obviously, I'm going to buy from Easton Salt at a difference of $5.17 a ton. So, and that comes out of the Highway Division operating budget.
Anyone have any other questions?
And you said you're gonna buy plenty in case.
We always fill the shed first. We've got a half a shed as it is from last year. We actually did well under budget for the first time in a long time, so I don't want to jinx myself. And a lot of acorns out there. I'm not a farmer, but indicating it's not good. So we'll see.
All right, anyone like to make a motion to approve the road salt contract?
I'll make a motion to approve the road salt contract as outlined by the Director of Public Works for Easton Salt and Morton Salt.
Second, the motion?
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Roll call.
Mr. Biragad.
Yes.
Ms. Hamilton.
Yes.
Mrs. O'Hara.
Yes.
Mr. Ogier.
Yes.
Ms. Alves.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Discussion by council vote or other action on request for budget committee to review and advise council regarding bond for police station. Mr. Biragad.
Yeah, I'll make this quick. I just would like to request the Budget Committee weigh in on the bond for the police station, and also to possibly advise the best way to go forward as far as the modified debt service or whatever they think. It's just another, I mean, we've had the financial advisor weigh in. We've had our finance director weigh in, and it can't hurt to have the Budget Committee weigh in on this and get their opinion on it. And that's it. I would like to just reach out to officially reach out to them and ask them to go over the numbers and come back, report back to us and tell us what they think.
Do you have a date certain that you want them to come back?
I'd like them to come back before the next public hearing. I don't think that's asking too much, right? We've got a few weeks for that, a couple of weeks.
It's next
What do
week,
you mean,
right?
the next public hearing?
It's the 24th.
I use the next informational hearing for the,
That's this week.
It's next week, right? 24th?
oh, is that?
It's next week, right? Next Tuesday?
Next Tuesday, yeah, it's next Tuesday.
Is that soon?
All right.
I don't know, Joe, is that possible?
I mean, if Tony reaches out to everybody first thing in the morning, and we can do something, I don't know how long it takes to get an agenda together.
That could be the only thing, right?
Come on.
We don't, I mean, yeah, I mean.
Just make it the only agenda item.
Yeah, yeah, it could be the only agenda item. I would have to have everybody meet for as quick as possible. I wouldn't be able to be there, but I mean, that doesn't mean it can't happen, obviously.
So
I
realistically, it would be Friday or Monday, or Thursday, right? Because
Well-
Thursday, Friday, or Monday, because then it's Tuesday. So
Well, doesn't the agenda item have to be on, doesn't that item have to be on the agenda on the 24th? So whether, okay.
you could always put it on the 24th agenda, and then it's not ready.
And then
you
if
just
it's
pull
not
it.
there, just grab.
That's
okay,
what I would
gotcha.
advise.
Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, I'll send out, before I go to my training tomorrow, I'll try to send out an email to everybody to see if we can set up a date. Yeah.
Think it's doable?
So
For me it is, for everybody else I can't speak.
Yeah.
It's tricky. So, would you be able to get to, may I ask you a question real quick? Sorry to put you on the spot, but I'm just curious about what you would need to make, you know, like an informed decision on that. Do we have enough, do you think we have enough information right now to be able to?
I think knowing what the number is, we're gonna need serious information from Tony. But I think we need to know when do we plan on this bond going into effect? And how it's gonna affect the tax rate. And by looking at the numbers and projecting out, I mean, we should be able to give you some sort of an idea, I would think.
I'm just worried because we don't have a 3 to 5 year projection yet. And, you know, I don't know what you'll be looking at, like how will you make a decision? And I want you to do it, right? And I think it's a great idea, and I hope everybody can get together. I just don't know what you could look at other than this year's budget, and you don't have any way of looking ahead to see what our costs and,
I mean, I don't know, not off the top of my head, I don't know what the contracts look like, but, I mean, a lot of it's contractual.
It would be no different than what the financial advisor had done. They would take their own expertise. I mean, the chair, she has a PhD in accounting and finance, so she knows what she's doing. And I'm not to discount all of the other members, obviously, but they would be pulling from their own expertise and their own knowledge, the same way that Steve Masseroni had done. That would be my assumption, though. I don't want to say that exactly what tools. Of course, I would be at their disposal of anything that they need, but.
But yeah, I would say if Tony reaches out in the morning, I'm available, so you know my schedule already. Just let me know and find out what everybody else is available and see if we can make it happen.
Yeah, I just want to make sure you have enough so that you feel like you can pull together a decision.
If we don't, we'll come back to you and say we didn't have enough information.
Perfect.
It's that simple.
That's really, I appreciate you guys doing that.
No problem.
Thank you.
Thanks, John.
Discussion by council vote or other action on establishing rules and procedures regarding open forum and public comments. Mr. Biragad.
Yeah, just for the record, I asked for this to be on the agenda before the last Valley Breeze came out. And I see we already started it, so there's really no need to belabor the point. But some of the open forums have been going on during public comment. Somebody got up and spoke for 24 minutes on one of them. And there's nothing wrong. There's nothing wrong with limiting people. However, I know it says 15 minutes on the agenda. I'm not 100% in favor of that because it does get tricky when you have like 8 people, 9 people, 10 people, and you can say you get a minute and a half. I think the way to do it, for what it's worth, is the way I did it, is you just got 3 minutes or 2 minutes or whatever we agree on, regardless if there's one person. Because if there's one person and there's nobody else, they're going to say, I got 15 minutes. No, you don't. You got 3 minutes. And if there's 10 people, 15 people, you got 3 minutes. So that way it's fair. You don't want somebody leaving their house and coming to a meeting and saying, oh, it's timed out, you didn't get your chance to speak. Everybody gets a chance to speak, but there's nothing wrong with putting a time limit on it. Every other community does. It's perfectly okay. Don't you have to worry about anybody calling the ACLU on us because we have a right to run the meeting, establish decorum, and just keep things going. So I would suggest that we come up with some kind of an agreement, 2 minutes, 3 minutes, whatever it is, go with that. And also, I don't think that open forum should be an opportunity for someone to take just free, cheap shots at council members. Claire and I sat here for 6 minutes, for over 6 minutes, almost 7 minutes the other day, and somebody just attacked us and went after our personal finances and things. It was totally out of line. Stick to that. Personal attacks should not be allowed during open forum. We should stick to topics, but not personal attacks. So that being said, that's just my 2 cents. I think that we should go with time limits and not allow personal attacks.
And I want to add, if a person is speaking, you have a right to voice your opinion. But when it becomes an attack, that you're told, I have freedom of speech. Yes, you do. But when you use that freedom of speech and say, I'm going to sue you, and start a fight and then wait for people outside the door to start another one. That's wrong. That's wrong. It has to keep in control. It doesn't mean you can't think it, just don't say it.
Claire, you make a good point, because it has nothing to do with free speech. We've done it always in the past. There's always been time. One council president actually had an egg timer going while people were speaking. When it went off, you were done. I'm not saying we got to be that strict, but when it goes off, all right, wrap it up, let's go, end this thing. But you're not infringing on anybody's free speech by limiting how much time they can speak.
And there's a thing we do, they may introduce something, and they hand everything out. I think we can listen, and if we say, as we've done in the past, we'll read your literature, and we will think about what you said, we'll put you on the next meeting's agenda where we can formally address it. Because this isn't really supposed to be a super question and answer. In the past, it hasn't. And I called Mr. Vadney, I guess he didn't get my call, but you're like a walking encyclopedia as far as things that have gone on. And I know there was a limit all the time that you were on. And if anyone was lost or inappropriate, they were gavelled down. It didn't happen.
So would you like me to, is that something you would like to, maybe I could type something up and see if, or have David take a look at it as council rules, or you just want to, do we have to go that formal on something like this, or?
I agree with adding some structure around open forum. I think if we're gonna, it might be good for clarification as we're going forward, as we're kind of resetting time limits, maybe just putting on the agenda, each person has X number of minutes, at least until people start to get familiar. That way it's, as you said, John, is if somebody was to come, they know, okay, I'm gonna get a certain amount of time, and et cetera. I also think in public hearings, I think we need to add structure around that as well. And I look at the planning board as a good model. You know, they have all their questions go through the chair, and then they work in disseminating that information back to the person. So I think we need to kind of maybe look to adopt a similar model where everything goes through the council, and then the council will ask the question back, because there is a lot of times, and some of it's good, but some of it gets into really lengthy discussions, and we're up here litigating past, and there's a time and a place for that. But in some of the more recent events, I know we're paying the architects, or we're paying somebody to be here, and that we're all worried about cost, but we don't have a problem wasting time and spending money for people to just sit there and not participate because the questions aren't directed at them. So I think adding structure around all of our open forums will make it more clear and concise, and hopefully will encourage participation. You know, I watched it from the plane, one of the last ones, and I know I saw people leave, and that's also disheartening to see as a taxpayer, because people should be able to feel comfortable speaking and knowing that they'll get that opportunity. But when meetings run 4 or 5 hours, I know it can be tough for some. So no, I agree with just adding some structure.
May I ask? So, Mr. Igliosi, I'd like to be very clear when we make rules and regs what our limitations are. You know, I know we can think that something may be offensive or uncomfortable, but legally, I want to be very clear before we impart any kind of rules and regs.
We can do that, and I can provide more information, but I think you just got to make sure you don't confuse what the different process is, right? A public hearing is about a particular topic that you've advertised, and that's a much more structured and specific hearing. If somebody gets off topic, you can clearly limit their time and limit them to that topic. That's a very specific thing. Like we're doing an ordinance on traffic,
Like the water supply, and
Water
they're
supply.
talking about solar, you can be like,
right? That's a much easier thing from constitutional law to keep constraints. It's about this topic. You got 5 minutes. You can submit additional documents in writing if you want. And if there's time at the end, we'll try to give you more time. But we've got people here. We've decided it's going to be 5 minutes a person or 3 minutes a person. There's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing, that's perfectly fine. Where it gets a little murky, where you have to tread carefully, is open forum. Open forum where there's no specific topic listed. The courts have said a couple of things about that. One, you have every right to limit the time, but you can't limit the topic if you call it open forum. If you say open forum for non-agenda items, like, you don't have to do that, by the way, right? The law doesn't require you to have open forum for anything at all, number one, but if you have it, then is it agenda items? If it's agenda items, you can limit it to the topic and the time. But if it's open forum for non-anything, now you're running into two issues. One, certainly can limit the time, no problem with that. But when it's a personal attack on an elected official, you can't limit someone's speech during that. If you give me 3 minutes, I get 3 minutes. And just because you disagree with what I say, you can't stop me during my 3 minutes. That's where you run afoul of the constitutional. So the idea that you could stop somebody from attacking somebody during open forum during the 3 minutes, when I say somebody, I mean an elected official, there's some case law that says you can't. You're an elected official, it's open forum, it goes to government, you're elected, I'm challenging something you're doing in your elected capacity. I know that's a harsh rule, but that's the rule about you want to open forum for any issue and you're an elected official, then you give me 3 minutes. The case in Warwick that was recently reported was 2 issues. One was they gave everybody 3 minutes. They would only let that person speak for 1. So they violated the 3-minute rule that they gave everybody. And 2, it was a personal attack on a council person about her getting a unfair tax break in the town. And they said, you can't stop somebody to speak about a council person's activity in their elected capacity. So that gets a little sticky. That's a hard thing to do with the open forum, is to limit what they say. If you say, I have 3 minutes, that becomes a much harder thing to do. So you have to think about that.
Well, I think also too, then being consistent. If I'm hearing what you're saying too, if you're going to say 3 minutes and some go 4 and some go 2, then you're kind of. So I would think we should.
Especially if it's ever interpreted that you're limiting somebody because you don't like what they say, like you let one person go on for 5 minutes because you're happy with what they say, and the next person 3 minutes, and you stop them exactly at 3, using that as an example because you don't like what they. It's all about controlling the content of what they're saying.
Yeah, but did you see what happened tonight? Did you see what happened tonight? Right, when somebody got up there and spoke, and all of a sudden he went off on, and he said, "Well, this girl used to be," and we're, whoa, 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 and we're all.
But that wasn't a personal attack on an elected official in their capacity.
Okay.
It was an attack on a person who passed away that's got nothing to do with being elected office.
Okay.
But that was a perfectly good, in my mind, a perfectly important point to control the person, talking about somebody that's not here and elected.
But he still went over his time limit.
Correct.
Well, yeah, that's
so how do you stop the next guy from following the time limit?
I think everyone thought they had 15 minutes. I think
Yeah,
that was
they got
part of the
confused.
problem. He was like, "Oh, I'm not going to take my full 15." I was like.
I think you're going to think really, I think what I would encourage the council to do is look at some of the other communities and their schedules and try to come up with it. But the idea is you should think, I don't want to tell you what to do. You tell me what to do.
You need one of those lights. Like, you set it for 3 minutes, it's green,
like,
yellow, red.
Well, in the Providence school system, they actually have a big timer where you see the clock. And when it goes off, it buzzes. And they just shut off the mic.
We got no clock here, so.
They just shut off the mic. Now, that's just one example. Now, you're in a small town, you don't want to get the only thing is if you're not going to enforce, if you're not going to be strict about the rule, then you can't be strict about the rule when you don't like what's being said. That's the issue. It's about time. Here's the rule. Time, place, and manner. You have to have reasonable control on time, place, and manner for somebody to execute their freedom of speech. You give me the time, the place, I get, as long as I'm not threatening someone with violence, I get to I get to say what I want, even if you don't like it, if it's about you. If it's about you, I'm talking about the council, and I know that's not always easy to take. So that's always the difficult thing about open forum with no agenda item.
Can you limit, I don't want this to sound like I'm limiting free speech,
Right.
because I understand that could sound like it. But in an open forum or in a public hearing, you can set rules in terms of, like, I know, like, technically, we're only allowed to speak once until everyone else has had the opportunity to speak. Can you set that decorum, so, like, you don't have people come sit down, come back up, sit down, come back up? I know it could be anybody. I'm just trying to think of, if we were to establish rules, like, how do we communicate and translate that back? Because if we don't do it right, we could open ourselves up.
Well, you got to do two things. First of all, you keep on putting public hearing mixed in with
Yeah, I know
open
I'm
forum.
convoluting
And don't
it.
do that,
But for-
because public hearing is a specific topic.
But even in
and-
open forum, it's happening.
But hold on, but in a public hearing is a specific topic, and if they are speaking about you, you can stop them and say, that's not what the public hearing
Oh,
is.
I don't care if somebody speaks about me. I'm just saying,
I thought
like,
you wanted to understand the rule.
no,
The
I'm saying in
rule-
open forum.
In open
We've had
forum,
situations where people have sat down and come
you
back
should
up.
specifically preset the rules. You should do it in writing, you should announce it, so that there's no confusion, and then you can enforce it. And how do you enforce it? You enforce it by, there's different techniques, right? You ask them to sit down, gets aggressive, you shut off their mic, it gets really aggressive, you take a recess, it gets ridiculous, then you have to go nuclear option, call the police.
All right, now.
But that's that's not my advice. The nuclear option is not my advice, right? My advice is to try to come up with a process that people understand, people are trying to follow, you be as courteous as you can with them and give them their time. And then you say that if we have more time later, we'll give you another round, or
Yeah, I
if
wouldn't
it's a
even go
really important issue that you think should be on the agenda, the council can always say, this is an important issue, we'll put it on the next agenda.
So you could always have, like, open forum follow-up, essentially, if you wanted to, or new business and. under
I
your
don't know about
advice.
that.
Right,
I'm talking about, think about the 15 minutes, and there's only one person that spoke for 3 minutes, another person that spoke for 3 minutes, and the person you wanted to give another round to those people. You'd have to make that kind of rule or something. But the key is limiting it to a number of X amount of minutes per speaker. That is enforceable and protected by the law. That is enforceable and protected by the law, as long as you don't do it based upon the content of what they say. That's what runs afoul, is going all of a sudden you're limiting me because you don't like what I'm saying. That's what the violation is, or the minutes, I think Councilman Vadney say. You give me 3 minutes, and then you give another guy 4, and you give somebody else 1, you're gonna have all kinds of problems. So the person who gets 1 is gonna be running to the ACLU.
Council-
That's what the case was.
Council members, I'd like to address Mr. Beauregard a couple of concerns. Real quick and easy one. I think the solicitor was very straightforward in saying you can't limit anybody's time, their comments. And you certainly cannot go over 3 minutes, especially if someone's speaking your praises. They're limited to 3 minutes as well. Now, the other piece of this is something to consider is, I'm making this up, you have 15 minutes, you have 5 people sign up, and you're allocating 3 minutes to each person. What you want to be careful of is Speaker A is done, and Speaker B gets up and said, oh, I'm going to give my minutes to Speaker A.
Yeah, don't work out.
No, but that's something you need to have, I've seen that too
I
many times.
remember when that was
Yeah, me
done. More than one person
I've
did
seen
that.
that a lot, too.
Yeah.
Solicitor
Yes.
Igliozzi, can I ask you a question? Would this be resolved if they just added to the agenda next to open forum and said agenda items only than they are to stay on that topic?
I wouldn't want to do that. I mean, if somebody has an issue in town, I want to hear about it.
Okay.
Yeah, I wouldn't, I think adding a
Because then
time
it'll
limit would be
take
helpful if
speed.
we're gonna go that route.
No, I think we need to let people speak. That's what we're here for, is to listen, and if it's uncomfortable, that's what I just started saying, if it's uncomfortable or they're character assassinations, we are elected, and we unfortunately are exempt from a lot of things that the general public is you know.
But there's something else that's being done over the years. Certain individuals think while the meeting is being conducted, they can get up, gonna go over and ask you questions. We're having a meeting. This has been done over the years, and that is wrong. And I think it should be addressed. Everybody's gonna poo-poo it, right? But give them the gavel. This isn't the time. Or if people sometimes are sitting together suddenly, speaking very loudly and disturbing. But there's some people during the meetings actually want to go up to certain people on this panel and want information then while we're having a meeting. I can't throw my ginger ale at them. I'll get arrested. I could say it's a senior moment, but you know that's not going to work. So, you know, just a decorum, and it's not all the time. And I think people generally listen. We haven't had times where we've gone, God, let's face it.
I agree that people should speak. I think we just need to determine if we want to add some structure. So we're not in 30, 40 minutes of open forum.
What?
No, does,
No,
I mean,
I'm
does
No, I'm
every-
saying sometimes, like, I know, like open forum runs a little long, and I know other councils have done it. I think I know we try to time it tonight. I think
2 or 3 minutes.
we just try it and
yeah, 3
That
minutes.
was-
see what happens,
3
right?
minutes is a long time.
We'll
up
get
here
it.
to speak.
Yeah, except for tonight.
You were very kind.
Yeah.
That's true.
Yeah, let's
Okay,
try
so I
3
think-
minutes,
Yeah,
yeah.
I think we can agree to the 15 minutes.
Mhm.
I think we can agree to not stopping people,
Yeah.
regardless of how uncomfortable it is, and that we should have the 3-minute, and maybe we do invest in something that's a visual, so that I don't have to sit here with my phone and wait for it to
You
go
did a
ding,
very good
ding.
job. You really did.
You know,
Look, when you say agree to the 15 minutes, though, I'm not really clear
We
what.
can't say
So a
15 because
maximum
we're doing
of
3 minutes per
Exactly.
person,
15.
right?
Right.
So just open forum.
Just open forum, 3 minutes per person.
3 minutes per
Yeah.
person, because,
yeah.
like tonight.
And you
like,
can't pass
if we have 5
your
people,
minutes
it's gonna
on.
go- Or 6 people, it's gonna go with 15 minutes, so we're kind of like,
Yeah,
You don't want anybody to come here for nothing.
that's
Right.
the thing, it's hard.
so just
Yeah.
3 minutes per person, right?
Yeah, I think that's fair.
Yeah, we'll just note it on the agenda.
Yeah. Can you note that going forward, Joanne?
Yes.
So really not so much the 15 minutes, just no more than 3 minutes per.
And no passing on your minutes. You have 20 friends in here. You could be here all night.
Well, it's on the agenda today to discuss making rules, so I think you could vote to make a rule, to amend the agenda to reflect that.
And we should probably read out, like, remind people verbally, like, oh, just a reminder, everybody that signs up is going to get 3 minutes, so it's
Regarding open forum.
kind of catching.
It's on your agenda tonight, so you can, if you want to have the rule be that open forum will be limited to 3 minutes, once you make that rule,
Right.
Do you want to do, you want to,
Per person, no total time limit.
Correct.
Take out the 15-minute.
right, that's what I
Yeah.
just said, yeah.
3 minutes.
3 minutes per
Correct.
You're right,
person.
Paul.
That's the maximum time that you can speak.
Right.
But you have to go faster. And then like Councilman Ogier was saying, change the rules, read the rules for the next few meetings so that people are aware, rules have changed open forum. Just so they're aware.
All right, so I'll make a motion to set the rules for limit the time during open forum that an individual can speak for no more than 3 minutes.
And that they cannot pass this 3
And
minutes
you
on.
are not allowed to share your time, so you give your time away to other people.
Absolutely.
I'll second that.
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Roll call, please.
Mr. Biragad.
Yes.
Ms. Hamilton.
Yes.
Mrs. O'Hara.
Yes.
Mr. Ogier.
Yes.
Ms. Alves.
Yes.
So, Madam President, the clerk will note that on the agenda, but we'll also amend the council rules to reflect that on your council rules.
Right,
We'll add that to show that that's what you just voted on.
okay.
The clerk can do that. If you need my help, I can help you do that.
All right, discussion by council vote or other action on town council reservation request. Ms. Nunes, but I think,
Yeah, well, we'll start with the top. So if there's any questions regarding what we have here listed, I can answer them. And then after that, if there's no questions, I have a few amendments to it that we have to make.
So is this everything that's on the reserves right now?
This is what we're reserving from fiscal year '23 into '24. So this is what was requested as of right now.
Okay.
Can I just ask a quick question? So, these are reserves, but many of these will be utilized, right?
Yeah,
So, I mean, the Hallowell demolition, the road repairs, the snow and ice removal.
Correct. There's
salaries.
there's already a couple that have already been used.
Yeah.
Because they were already set aside. They're just, now we're putting it as an approval for the council. Yeah. So they will be spent. Some will be spent this year. Sometimes they get pushed out another year. It's the nature of the reserves.
So do you just need a
So,
motion to approve them, or?
Yep, I do need to make 2 amendments to it, which is allowed within the purview of the council. So first thing is what Mr. Pendergast had presented earlier, the $12,730. I had to add that into the Hallowell demo line. And then if the council wants me to, I can put in to find the $60,000 for Hallowell for the other piece of the MPA. So that would bring, I had the number up, apologies, 1 second. Well, it would be $966,012.79. That would be the
906.
966.
Oh, 966.
012.79. That would be the amount that the council would want to approve, given the change order that was just approved, and for the other $60,000 for the MPA for Hallowell, for Hallowell.
So are there other reserves sitting out there that you would find 60 to rename? Is that what you're saying?
So I have my list of past reserves from
Okay.
prior years, but those already have some type of dedication where we've talked with the department heads and they still need these. This new list that the council is seeing is, all right, well, what we're not using here from the past, all right, we're gonna pull from that, and then what wasn't spent on the budget, we're gonna pull from that, and that's how we get this reserve that you're looking at now.
Magic.
Hmm?
Magic.
Yeah, just like magic. Make numbers.
I got rules at home.
So I'm sorry, can you say that dollar amount again? 966 what?
Yep, $966,012.79.
But we don't know where the 60 is coming from, right?
I don't have a specific source, but I'm sure we can figure something out. It's 130,000, 128,000, or whatever was up earlier. It's a little harder. 193. Yeah, it's a little tougher.
313 altogether.
Yeah.
Anyone want to make a motion to approve the FY23 proposed town council reservations in the amount of $966,012.79?
I'll make the motion to approve the, what was the total again? Sorry. $966,012.79.
That's a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion?
So Tony, and just to the point I think the president made, if you can't find the 60,000, then what?
I'll come back to council
Okay.
to figure it out. Yeah, we'll work through it together.
Okay, thank you.
So should we say something about pending 60,000 in there, or?
Yeah, to be safe.
Probably be safe.
contingent on finding the 60,000.
Okay.
All right, contingent on finding the 60,000. That's my motion. Add that to my motion.
Okay. So we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Roll call, please.
Mr. Biragad.
Yes.
Ms. Hamilton.
Yes.
Mrs. O'Hara.
Yes.
Mr. Ogier.
Yes.
Ms. Alves.
Yes. Discussion by council vote or other action on penalty/tax adjustments. Mrs. St. Ange?
Yep, so Ms. Hamilton had questioned the creatures. So they, to new owners, so after a certain time, obviously when you buy a business, you buy their debt, but regardless of that, there's a certain point of time where they don't have to pay that. So that's that period of time. It was to my understanding, I don't want to talk bad about anybody, but there wasn't good management from the previous owner, so that's why there is delinquency on that. So we're writing that off on the first page, and then second page is the deceased. So for a total of $41,506.56.
I think it's the 39. No, I don't know.
Where do you get the 41?
Yeah,
I'm
I think
sorry.
that's 59.
Where's the 41,000?
Say that again?
Where do you get that
Where
total?
you're getting the 41? Wow.
I don't know where that's coming from.
Crazy. Sorry.
Is it 39?
Sorry, the first page is the 39,997.43. Yeah. And then the page the adjustments for the deceased is 1,509.13.
I have 10,000.
I have 10,998.
10,998.
I have an old one. I apologize. So, yeah, it's the 5996. That's correct. I'm not sure why the one I have doesn't have the correct amount. Because it's all, okay, that's why. I added one. I printed this out, and then I added more, and I sent it to Joanne. That's my apologies. Yep, 50,996.38. That is the correct amount between the two. I had added Norman Carrier to it after I had printed this.
Okay, so I'll make a motion for the total penalty adjustments of $39,997.43, total tax adjustments of $10,998.95, for a total adjustment of $50,996.38.
That's a motion. Is there a second? Any further discussion? Roll call, please.
Mr. Biragad.
Yes.
Ms. Hamilton.
Yes.
Ms. O'Hara. Mr. Ogier.
Yes.
Ms. Alves.
Yes. Discussion by council vote or other action on salary and wage ordinance. Mrs. St. Ange, first reading.
So this is an annual thing that we do. It's first reading on the change from the salaries for fiscal year '24. I had compiled this. Karen had rechecked everything just to make sure. So this is what everyone is being paid as of currently, and includes the longevity, the camp, because they're in a different fiscal year because they work in the summer between 2 fiscal years. So, and their hourly doesn't change anyways. So we'll have a first reading, and then I'll put it on the agenda if it's approved, put it on the agenda, next agenda, to have a public hearing
And second reading.
and second reading.
Tony, can I ask a question?
Yes.
Camp Phoenix,
Yes.
the first page, it says 23-24 for fiscal year. That
Yeah.
Camp Phoenix says 22-23.
Because it's the same. It's supposed to be 22-23 because they work within both.
Okay, so they
but
don't
the
have a
wages hasn't
24 yet.
changed no matter what.
Okay.
It's the same as previous. But it's because they work within that both, like the end of one and the beginning of the other. So I put as to understand, FY '22 and '23. But their wages didn't change whatsoever. They
Okay.
stay stagnant.
And then everything below that's back to 23-24, right?
Yes, I should have labeled that more clearly, but yes, correct.
Yeah, maybe move them to the end, just to
Yeah,
avoid.
yeah. I'm going to switch that around for next time.
Okay. So do we have to make a motion on that?
No.
Just schedule it for a date
I'm
certain?
just scheduled for, second meeting and a public hearing.
Correct.
You know,
Do we have a date certain?
Whenever the next scheduled council meeting is,
November
No.
20th?
Can't do 3 public hearings on the 20th. That'd be like the only thing we do.
November
we don't have a,
20th?
we don't have a regular scheduled council meeting until the 20th.
No, we have to have one.
the election on the 6th,
Oh, we have to have a meeting.
Oof.
I think we have to have a second meeting.
Yeah.
Because the last time we had that public hearing for
And-
the water one, that was like a 5-hour meeting. I'm just
And-
trying to be mindful of all the things we
Yeah.
got going on.
Having only one regular scheduled meeting per month is kind of rough on my department, to be honest.
So can we do it another day, the week of election, or is that too crazy for you? Or can we just do it the week after, and then we're just gonna have two,
right?
Yeah, like back to back.
yeah?
We could, well, I don't know if we, Monday would be hard. Monday would be hard to do. But you,
How about the
David
14th?
can't,
How about the 14th?
What, so the 13th is no-go?
She said it would be hard to do.
I think she's talking about election day Monday.
the election day.
Oh.
that
Oh,
would be-
but like
so
November
the
13th
13th?
would be fine, right?
We could do that. Mhm.
So we'd have 13 and 20.
We have 3 public hearings on the 20th?
No.
Well, we could
Well-
do this one on the 13th, right?
Right.
Yeah.
Yep.
I don't suspect anything coming out of this.
You never know.
Who knows? Who knows?
So can everyone make the 13th? Everybody make the 13th?
Yeah, I'm good.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
Of November, yeah.
Yeah, that works.
Okay.
Just
All right,
reschedule
so
this.
let's, so we'll make a motion
I
to
don't know if
schedule
you
it for
guys
the
decide.
13th.
Make a motion to schedule the next regular meeting of the
Major.
town council on Monday, November 13th.
No, well, are we doing that, or are we just doing a public hearing and second reading?
public hearing, second reading.
Yeah, not so much the council meeting, just.
No, we're not having a council meeting?
We are, but you don't
Just
have
for
to make
that,
a
on
motion
the
for that, you
agenda.
just want to make a motion for, have a public hearing and a second reading on the 13th.
Okay. And have a public hearing and a second reading of the wage ordinance, salary and wage ordinance on Monday, November 13th.
Thank you.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Roll call?
Mr. Biragad.
Yes.
Ms. Hamilton.
Yes.
Mrs. O'Hara. Mr. Ogier.
Yes.
Ms. Alves.
Yes. Discussion by council vote or other action on department directors' scheduled budget meeting FY '25. Mrs. St. Ange.
So this is more for, I don't think council has to approve anything, but this is just to let council know of the changes to the schedule that I have made. I've already had a meeting with the budget committee. We've all discussed these changes. So in light of the recent events from what had occurred this year, given the fact that the FY24 budget wasn't approved until like the last day of June, and then we had the issues with the taxes being sent out. In light of that, and just we should be done with this before anyways. My goal is to have council approve the FY25 budget and going forward for future fiscal years by the beginning of June. And I know there's hesitation because numbers can change, this and that. Numbers change anyways, first and foremost. And secondly, the only numbers that really change is the state aid. And historically, over the last 10 years, it's never gone down. It's only gone up from what they've proposed and what they've sent out. So it can only get better. So.
The 27th is Memorial Day, so we won't be meeting.
Good to know.
You might be here.
I might be.
I agree not waiting to the 11th hour to set the budget, but I know some of the biggest factors are the school.
Right.
And that a small little change can really swing the budget. If it was more like mid-June, I would say maybe it may make more sense.
The
but-
goal is the beginning of June, and I know that's what some of the budget committee members had discussed, is that the school is a little bit of a concern, and they had also brought up the discussion around having the budget committee having a meeting with them specifically about capital. That's something that's in the works to be done, so that we can get a clearer number of what they're presenting, instead of coming to us in, I don't know, March with needing X, and then when they come to the council, they're needing another 250 grand. Like, we're deciding to pull them to the very end of the budget committee, also have them present have a joint meeting about just capital alone, to mitigate this issue of, well, this number's very, a moving number, trying to hone in on a better number for council.
I agree with the capital piece, but the state aid piece also changes a lot.
Changes, but again, it only goes, from historically speaking, obviously things can happen.
This year was not as favorable as it was intended to be, because originally they said, well, if we get all of our funding from the state, we're not asking for any money. And then
Right.
that state aid dipped a little bit.
No, state aid didn't go down. We ended up with, if we're taking into consideration what they gave the school, we ended up with more than what we had, what the proposed numbers were. We didn't need more money from the state. Anytime they've proposed, they've always, their actual numbers from what they tell us, like right before, it always ends up being more than what they originally were telling us. So what the council would have budgeted for, based off the proposed, right? The rates or the levy would only go down unless, again, some other expense that comes up out of nowhere, like, I don't know, Hallowell needs another 150 grand, or the police, whatever. There's a bunch of situations where we could add that to the council's agenda to approve, but within that month period of time. But judging from things that do move, again, it's the only things that move that we've seen is the school's capital and state aid. That's only gone up. And like I said, we've had discussions about it with the budget committee. I've had discussions with the administration, and we can't see any other problems with it. I mean, obviously, this is why we come to the council, to let the council in on it. But we've tried to think through this whole thing to make sure issues like this year doesn't happen again.
So when it's approved, does it get sent to the state, or are you holding it until near the end, till the end of the month, in case a change does happen?
So we can amend, I mean, whatever we decide, we can amend. But what happens is I send the TAs, and I advertise the TAs.
Right.
And then, yes, I do send that law right there. I send the town councils, and I mean, it's up to the council. I can hold it, or I can send it. It doesn't really matter to me, to be honest.
My other question is there anything in the charter that says when the public hearing is? I believe it's always been the first Monday, so would we have to make a charter change, or an ordinance change?
None of it. So it's if you look at the right side of the sheet that we provided, it says draft.
Yep.
So those are all the deadlines. It's not colored, unfortunately, but under, say, the third box, Monday 5/6, that's, you see how it's like a little lighter color? That's first Monday in June. Each one of those boxes below have what the ordinance says.
Okay.
In accordance with the schedule. So I made sure that none of these changes conflicted with those, to the best of my ability. So we should be in compliance with what the ordinance says, minus the Memorial Day.
Right.
Yeah, that would be my only concern too, is to make sure that, the submissions of, like for the TA budget, for instance, is that 3/7, is that a date that's in our charter now?
Yeah, the 3/7, I mean, it's not when the TA submits his budget, whoever's in that position submits it, there's a timeline, but they don't need to, he or she needs to submit it, but they don't need to present it. So our plan is to submit it beforehand, let other departments continue to present, and then he could always present his later on. But we could, he supplies it, we advertise it, we send it out, follow the ordinance, and conduct business as usual.
Yeah, makes sense.
I'm just trying to build efficiency and trying to shoot for the stars,
Yeah, it's good.
Okay.
Thanks, Tony.
Discussion by council, vote, or other action on consideration to move town council meetings to Thursday evening. Town clerk.
I know we had discussed this in February, and I was told that we should wait till the end of the year. I had already posted the yearly meeting dates on Secretary of State's website, so it would have been confusing to those who've already planned their year. So I'm bringing that up again. I have spoke with the solicitor, and I know that he is able to switch if we were to take the dates of the planning board, which are the 2nd and the 4th Thursday of the month. So it does free up. It frees up Mondays when we have the holidays. It would definitely help with elections also, because that's usually around the beginning of the week. Staff is here, which I really like that we're here.
Yeah.
So that's my recommendation.
Can I speak? Yeah. So I agree with you on the staff being around. I think that's really important. If we need something, if there's, a file that's upstairs, people are already here, they don't have to come back another time. And I think it would be much more effective.
Yeah, and to your point, like with the payment of bills, like
Yeah.
if it was received, which is fine, if it's received earlier in the week, somebody here, or whatever the case might be, we have extra time during the week to
Yep.
get to it instead of the weekend or something.
Yeah, I like the idea of, I think we had talked about it before.
I know we do have to schedule. We've changed quite a few Mondays to make it on a Tuesday due to holidays or those going away on vacation, so. That's what I would hope for the new year, because I would need to post the dates on the Secretary of State.
Can you put her mic on?
It's on a Thursday or Friday. And if I leave the hospital, I couldn't even leave for an hour, then that would negate my payment. So this way, I can stop.
So then the only thing we'll have to do is move the planning board meetings or any other conflicts, which isn't a big deal.
Correct.
Makes sense.
And I know the Hallowell could take the 1st and the 3rd.
Yeah, everyone could take the off week.
Right.
Yeah, that works.
I'm not a fan of it, I'll be honest with you. Mondays, not a lot goes on Mondays. It's a good night for a meeting, but Thursday nights, you got a family, you got a daughter that plays sports and all that stuff. Thursday nights are going to be a lot tougher, just for me anyway. I mean, I'll make, obviously I'll be here, but I'm just saying I see your point, but Thursday nights, that doesn't work for me, but whatever.
David, don't you have other meetings on Thursday nights?
I do. I told, as long as you were going to switch with the planning board meets on the 2nd and 4th, then I can do it. But if you were to do it on the 1st and 3rd Tuesdays, I couldn't be here. So as long as you're gonna switch with the planning board, I told the clerk, as long as you're going to take the planning board, because I cover the planning board on the 2nd and 4th Thursdays when they have meetings, that's my schedule that I have for this town. I got the 1st and 3rd meeting with you on Mondays, and the 2nd and 4th Thursdays, 1st and 3rd Mondays with the council, and the 2nd and 4th Thursdays with the planning board. So that, I built my schedule around that.
But just generally speaking, wouldn't you agree that life is busier on Thursday than it is on a Monday night? You know? I get it, you're working, I totally see your side of this, believe me. But I'm just saying,
It's helpful because, like I've said, we've changed a lot of Monday meetings where I know I'm making the schedule for the public, but also for our office. And we've run into a few problems because we changed the date from Monday to Tuesday, where we have the calendar in our office, it's gonna be a Monday.
well, you make a good point though, Joanne. You can't change the meeting from Thursday to Friday now. You know what I mean? So then what do we do? You can't have a meeting on a Friday. If you have a meeting on a Monday, you can schedule, oh, we can't do Monday, can't do Tuesday, can't do Wednesday. Then we can do Thursday. You schedule it for Thursday, now you're into the next week.
You mean just for scheduling?
Yeah, like if something comes up, we can't have that meeting on that Thursday. We can't have it on that Friday.
Yeah.
We're kicking it a whole week. Just a thought.
So have we approached the planning board? Did you say you did?
So I spoke with the town planner, and he said that he would speak with them, but he had no problem with it. He only has normally one meeting a month, so he wasn't that concerned about it.
Well, let's do only one meeting a month on a Thursday.
So maybe,
I'd go for that.
Okay.
Yes.
Now you're talking.
My vendors would not like that.
so maybe we just push this to the next meeting and see if
Yeah,
Mark's
'cause
had a chance
we
to
have to
speak
make
to the
sure the planning
board.
board's all right. We have to make sure your schedule can work.
I know the planning
So-
board's meeting the 9th, so maybe they can at least bring it up at their
Right.
meeting and
I believe Mark was gonna bring it up. And David, you said that was good if we switch. The second, as long as we switch with the planning board,
Again,
the second and fourth.
I'm saying for my schedule,
Right.
it has to be, you have to switch with the
Make an
planning
even
board if you're gonna
switch.
do that. Can't be the first and third Thursdays. I can't do it.
It would start January.
Right. We
We
would have to
be the
make,
second and fourth week on a Thursday.
right.
right.
It just doesn't flow.
It's habit, that's why.
Okay.
Yeah, it's habit,
It's
but
up,
also
it's up to the
schedule.
council, the suggestion.
All right, so can we move this to the next agenda to,
We're gonna get the plan.
No, I don't think a decision's been made. Has it?
no, we would need to follow up on this before we make any. All right, so now we have a,
Open forum.
oh,
Agenda items.
okay,
You
the
want-
open forum for agenda
We're gonna have
items
to extend the meeting.
only pursuant to 42-46-6, maximum 15 minutes, 3 minutes per person.
Madam
I think
President,
we gotta
3
extend,
minutes
do we
per
have to extend the
person.
meeting?
Madam President, I'm gonna make a motion to extend the meeting by 30 minutes. Yeah, it's 11 o'clock.
All right, we have a motion to extend. Is there a second?
Second.
Roll call?
Yes.
Mr. Biragad?
Yes.
Ms. Hamilton?
Yes.
Mrs. O'Hara? Mr. Ogier? Ms.
Yes.
Alves?
Yes. All right, open forum, is there anyone that would like to speak regarding agenda items for a maximum of 15 minutes and 3 minutes per person? No?
Joey?
Paul?
Paul?
Sorry, not today.
Thank you.
You guys good? All right, so now, motion to adjourn?
No, we have executive, right?
Right, what you can do with the executive, again, you could just continue that till the next meeting because you haven't made a decision.
Let's do that. So I'll make a motion to continue the executive session to the next meeting.
Second.
And get the meeting
All right, we have a
done before
motion.
midnight.
Wait,
Okay, we're
wait,
Blair,
voting, we're voting.
Blair, hold
We're
on.
not done yet. We have a motion and a second.
It's okay.
Need a roll call.
Do we have any further discussion?
No.
All right, roll call, please.
Mr. Biragad?
I'm moving it, the last item.
Continuing the executive.
Yes.
Ms. Hamilton?
Yes.
Mrs. O'Hara? Mr. Ogier?
Yes.
Ms. Alves?
Yes.
And I'll make a motion to adjourn.
Second, all in favor, say aye.
Aye. Thank you.